All right, good afternoon, everyone. We'll call the regular meeting of Township Council for Monday, March 9th to order. Of course, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular, our valued relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsquit, and Semiahmoo First Nations. Going to get a motion to adopt the agenda, moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Rint. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, call the question on the agenda. That carries unanimously. Got a motion to adopt the regular meeting minutes of February 23rd, moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Discussion, seeing none, call the question. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, there is a small correction needed to page 12, where the minutes under the mayor and council report says Councillor Richter congratulated the Laps Foundation fundraising event. She was able to attend. No, I was not able to attend. I was able to support through a donation. Do I need a motion to make that?
Ms. Bauer, you can just make that change. Yeah. All right, so that would call the question on B1. That carries unanimously. The first delegation is Michael Morgan from the Langley School District. Please come forward. Yeah, thanks for coming here today, and go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I press anything to be heard?
There you are.
Oh, magical. Thank you. It's an honor to be here today on behalf of the school district and Project Black Feather staff specifically to speak to you about our shared success. While I'm speaking, I'll be very brief, but I would like you to hold these few things in your brain. The numbers 4 million and 200,000. The fact that researchers from the University of British Columbia can predict which of our citizens are going to be portions of the criminal justice system, homeless, and experience problematic substance use by the age of 10. And then I'd like you to keep a location in your heart as we go through this, and that location is just up the hill from us. So the $4 million is the cost per citizen who experiences homelessness, incarceration, etc. through their lifetime. The fact is, we know exactly who those students are because of the work that UBC has done and also the work that we've done collecting our success data. Now, I promise you, I would not be here sitting in front of you today if I felt this was an insurmountable task. However, the fact is, through our mutual efforts as a township, a city, and the school district, we have a 97% completion rate for graduates in Langley. Graduation, according to UBC and the Stone Foundation, is the single largest factor in preventing homelessness, drug addiction, and incarceration. 75% of our citizens who live incarcerated, who experience homelessness and problematic substance use, have not graduated from high school. So the last group of people to go through our school district, there were 50 who did not complete in 6 years. Incredible amount of success. So I'm here to say that Project Blackfeather is working with those specific students who we know now face those exact same barriers. And they've shown, in your report, you'll be able to see that by working with an already existing community of people, we can change outcomes for students the year we begin to work with them and change graduation predictions instantly. So what I would ask is that as a district, we recognize that we receive money from the provincial government for education. And we have changed this year our budgeting factor to include special services for these students that allows us to continue Project Blackfeather, whether we receive any money past the federal grant or not. We would benefit from additional funding. What the additional funding would allow us to do is provide more services earlier. And then the portion that I'm asking you to hold in your heart is, as we look up top, I think that's the general direction we are. I think the slope is up here. For the first time in our data collection, the slope is expected to have the 0 to 5 in the last data collection, 0 to 5 students who live in poverty, have the markers that would indicate they may not graduate without significant interventions, are outnumbered on the slope than they are in the city. And for us, we know we have to move and change some of our allocation of funds in order to make that happen. And I would ask that as you guys continue in your partnership with us, as you reach out to other levels of government, that you would keep that portion of your community in your heart. We all moved to Langley to make a better life for ourselves, and if we're lucky enough to have kids, our kids and our grandkids, I'm proud to be part of a community that continues to do that for everybody who's coming as our community rapidly grows. Happy to answer any questions you may have, and thank you very much for your partnership.
Yeah, thank you. I do have some questions from council. We'll start with Councillor Martins. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for being here today. I just want to confirm that the 200,000, the annual funding request is directed, it's going to be entirely from federal resources, not from the township. At this point, we're just to send a letter recommending it.
Yeah, as a district, we would take that money from anywhere.
Yeah.
Yes,
But
that
that's
is
the
the
ask at this
intended
point?
motion,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay,
yes.
good. And I really want to give a shout out to this program. In my previous careers, both in social services and then in policing in Vancouver, unfortunately, I daily faced people who didn't have the sort of support. And we were addressing things after the fact and not really addressing them. And it needs to happen, underlying reasons, early intervention, all of those issues have to be addressed in order to have a success here. And I appreciate the spirit of this, and it's a really good shift from perhaps traditional school, and recognizing that this is our society and it's not getting better, and being part of the solution. And I appreciate the adaptability of your program to work with each individual and what it is that they require. That's really important. I love hearing that. So keep on keeping on. I guess if you didn't receive the funding, I know you said that you would carry on anyhow, but what would be the impact? You talked about, with the funding, more services earlier. Okay, so what does that look like? All right, maybe the positive and the negative.
I guess the cold hard fact of it is we would have 3 additional frontline working staff working with children, maybe 4. Right now we're split. We split east-west, north-south. And we have a really good structure set up. That would allow us to serve some families that we haven't been able to take on to our intake list. What we're promising not to do is just have this long list of people that our staff aren't actually able to serve. So we have a group of people who we would discharge from what we call our intensive roster. This would allow us to increase the number of people that we serve by approximately 40%.
All right, and are you finding that the need is increasing?
What I would say is more people move to the community that we love and don't have family living here. Mm-hmm. So that's where the trust transference of the school district becomes important. You know, the School Act says everybody has to send their kid to school, so we're doing our best to be welcoming, warm, inclusive. And then when we start to see, oh, this family has a situation where, you know, maybe some of us would be so lucky as to reach out to our dad or our uncle or someone who we work with. These community members don't have that yet. Once they do, they're good. Mm-hmm. I would say that's increasing. Yeah.
And do the relationships carry on after they graduate?
With our staff, I always try to tell them not to, but it's pretty hard to cut off a relationship that's been life-changing. I would say it's the same with any of you who've experienced the school system here. You still keep in contact with teachers, principals. I think one of the biggest levels of success is we have students who have been served by this program who are now parents. And so we know that the youngest kids being born into our community are born into this circle of caring right through that. So I didn't really answer your question, but I hope
No,
I
actually
did.
it does. And I'm seeing, it's a pay it forward, and we are seeing the outcomes right in our own community. But I think it's awesome. This is a great initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Martin.
Councilor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you very much for being here today, and fantastic program. First time I'd heard of it was when I was on the School Board Foundation Board, so it's pretty fantastic to hear the results and to see how well things are going. If I remember correctly during the discussions at the time, one of the challenges that the program was facing was the access to suitable transportation for a lot of the people who are in the program to get to where they need to go. And I was just wondering if you could comment on that a bit more and explain sort of what those challenges look like, and if the municipality is in a position to help, what could we do?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you very much. Transportation's still a major issue for us. We held a youth engagement project alongside the RCMP, I believe 7 years ago now, after the tragic death of one of our citizens in Langley. And we brought together a group of individuals who were experiencing the world the same way that individual was. And they identified 4 things that they wanted us to look after as a school district. The first was transportation, and they were barriered from accessing. Langley has incredible community services, right? The nonprofits in Langley, people wish that they would have that. It's the accessing of it. So what we had said is we have a youth committee that we've revised. When I say we, I'm saying we as in the community has revised the youth committee and has acknowledged transportation as the area that we definitely want to work on addressing together. I would say I'm not super familiar with local politics and how that works, but one of the things that I know would help for certain is the elimination of fees to use bus services for our students for ages 18 and under. It would be life-changing for some of them.
And I appreciate that. And the fees structure, I can't necessarily comment. I think that might be sort of out of our realm of things to address, but, and I don't know if it's other speakers or whatnot, but we are moving ahead likely with the next round of public engagement on our transportation strategy. So if I'm sure the district's been involved, but if the project itself hasn't been involved in those discussions, I think it would be fantastic to be able to address that and see exactly where your students need to get to or your participants need to get to and how we might be able to help.
Excellent, thank you.
Councilor Ferguson?
Thank you, and thank you for coming, Mr. Morgan. You're face-to-face, teacher to teacher. And it's good that you're here today because it all kind of centers around education. Everybody from kindergarten to grade 12, and it's mentioned even past that. I won't go into detail. This particular project was put forward, I think, at the liaison committee between the school district and the TOL.
Yeah.
And we asked questions there, so we have aware of what's going on. I actually taught some of the very students, young people and youth you're talking about. I think the key thing about you're here today is the education folks. We work with social services. We work with protection. We work, and the next question coming up, with the Indigenous community. Are you still working with the Indigenous community regarding this project?
Regarding this project,
With
yes,
the
through
name.
YSTIL.
I was looking at that.
Through YSTIL, the board itself. So our governing structure has changed with the new DRIPA. So YSTIL is the Aboriginal Education Advisory Council. They sit parallel to the Board of Education and make decisions for. So this is an ongoing agenda item on YSTIL.
Now, I don't want to put my psychology on, but there was something we call attachment theory that we were able to, it's very simple, put an attachment to a person who had problems with themselves, the family, the community. Now, you're laughing because you and I, face to face, we know exactly what we're talking about. So I wish you well on this. We hope we can forward with this particular thing, and we'll look and see what happens. And good luck with your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
Councilor Whitmarsh?
Yes, thank you for coming today, Mr. Morgan. I appreciate the information, and it's a great program. Appreciate that. Just as you were presenting, and I just wanted to understand better. I heard you say something like we expect 0 to 5. Can you just walk me through what you were referring to when you said that?
Thank you. So we use a system called Baragar, which is just a private company that puts together census data for us in terms of our geographical boundaries. So it gives us all sorts of information, but what we get from them is the census information broken down by our catchments. And so it will show you the number of individuals who live in crowded conditions, the number of individuals, for example, who have not completed high school in a certain area, right? So it'll show you the educational attainment. 2021 was the last census. I believe the next census has already started or will continue on. It was the first time where we saw much greater need on the Willoughby slope. And it was the first time where those numbers began to eclipse the numbers that we were seeing in the city.
Okay, so 2021, so this 0 to 5 you talked about is people? What's
My
the 0 to 5
apologies.
mean?
0 to 5 is the ages. Thank you very much for clarifying.
okay.
So the highest number of people with a lower educational attainment or haven't attained a high school degree, right, who are 0 to 5. So there's a 1-year-old living in a home with a mom and a dad.
I
and
see.
neither of the parents have attained a high school degree.
Okay.
Right? So 0 to 5 is the ages
Of the children.
of those children. And of course, 2021, I'm not the greatest at math, but most of those kids are now with us in our schools at either kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2, or grade 3.
Right,
Yes.
okay.
I'd be happy to share that.
And that number is increasing, the number of children in this situation that are in the ages of 0 to 5.
The number has always existed in the city. It's now starting to show in certain catchment areas in the township.
I see, okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Apologies for the confusion.
That's okay.
Councilor Richter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Morgan. And I really enjoyed your coming here as a delegation today. I particularly enjoyed the report that was in our package to read relative to this program. And I have absolutely no problem giving you several letters of support if that's what you need. If you need one from each of us, I'd be happy to provide one. It's clear to me that these statistics are things we should be paying attention to. So I thank you for drawing them to our attention, and I support you getting a letter of support.
Thank you, Councilor Richter.
Councilor Pratt? Oh, sorry, Councilor Coons, go ahead.
Yes, I echo all the same comments, but I just wanted to reflect a little bit. I worked closely with the school district back in my previous career. The Boys and Girls Club, the Douglas Park Elementary School, so those were some of the relationships that I built there. And I work primarily with newcomers, and what I recognized then, as much as the newcomers there was actually enough support in the school district because they had settlement workers. But there were kids that I met that they just fell through the gaps. And I see this as a way to sort of fill that gap because, I worked with kids where language was a barrier, transportation was a barrier, so many things were barriers. And these are also barriers for other populations in our community. So I'm just pleased to hear that this is going to be implemented. I am quite confident that you will be doing great work. So thank you for coming.
Thank you. If I may say, the one important thing for me is that this is not a bottomless pit ask. It's a small percentage of our population who are not attaining a high school degree. I'm really proud of the work that the nonprofit sector has done here. I'm really proud of the work that we did following out of COVID. During COVID, we were asked to create enhanced student support teams to make sure nobody fell through the cracks then. We were one of the few districts who decided to continue those teams on. And so I can say to you, I don't often talk like this, but I can say to you with assuredness, this is not a lot of people. It is a very small percentage, and by spending the money in this, I know it will make a difference, and we're committed as a school district to ensuring that 100% of the kids, not 97%, graduate. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other speakers, thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All right, we have another delegation from Burn Jones. Thanks, please come forward regarding the Langley Bee Club. Do you have any presentation or you just want to present the certificate? Yeah, go ahead.
With me here is Celine Hogue, who's a happy Bee Club member with me. I'm a Bee Club person, and rattling around in my head is a comment my dad made to me many years ago, something like, it's better to be thought a fool than open your mouth and remove all doubt. And so as speaking off the cuff here, that's in the back of my mind. However, I wanted to thank our council members very much for their approval of this project to have the township labeled a bee city. And your support is something I think that will bear fruit in the future. Just speaking with Celine here, we were talking about the plight of honeybees and how we can all do something to help. If you happen to be a gardener, the best thing you can do is plant plants that are bee friendly. It's very difficult to become a beekeeper. However, we've struggled along with it. But I also know that several of my compatriots in the bee thing this year have already lost 100% of their colonies. And it's not a rare thing that they just are under attack. So anything we can do to help out the bees is wonderful. So we're here for a photo op and presenting of this certificate.
Hi, Bryn. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to wear a bee hat today. I feel like a little bit like Steve Ferguson. He's the guy that always comes with the props. So I finally have a prop I can wear. And also, I've learned so much from you and your bee community about why this was important. So it's great to see you here today and have a certificate.
Thank you. I also want to commend the township for jumping on board with this. Your staff people have been very helpful. For instance, I asked Ryan Brayfield if he could get back to me and talk to me about what kinds of plants are being installed on some new pavement areas adjacent to the road on Fraser Highway between 240th and 248th. There's a lot of construction going on, and he said the plantings are going to include a fair number of bee-friendly plants. And yeah, so I'm very pleased about that.
Yeah, that's good to know. Appreciate that. We have next here, Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Hi, Bryn.
Hi.
Thank you for the hat. I'll have to organize to get one from you to use when I'm out gardening. And this is a great day. I'm really excited to be declared bee friendly. And I am an avid gardener in that I spend a lot of time going back to get more plants because I don't always keep them alive. But I'm happy to plant ones that will be bee friendly. Is it possible for you to send us a list of recommended plants locally that would be supportive for our bee community?
Yes. Yeah, I was just going to mention that if you're interested, Barb, and any other gardeners in the group, our provincial government under agriculture has a website that has beautiful pictures of plants that are helpful to the bee community and the pollinators of all kinds. But yeah, I'd be happy to send one along.
Yeah.
And share it with your staff people, which reminds me about this certificate. Mr. Mayor, we don't have a permanent home for the Langley Bee Club, so we're hoping that you can find a place for it in the township, maybe, I don't know, maybe near in the office of a person who is in charge of looking after the plantings or something along those lines to help them remember. But no, we'd be happy. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Kuntz for being especially helpful in coming to a Langley Bee Club meeting and finding out about our concerns. So thank you, Margaret.
Councillor Bailey.
Hi, you must be getting your message out quite well, because I was noticing, and on frequent occasions, I have a black truck, and I get little yellow dots all over my black truck all the time, and they're not the easiest things in the world to
No, they're
get
not.
rid of. So I was musing aloud, and my 7-year-old granddaughter comes up and goes, "Nah, Grandpa, I know what that is. That's bee poop." And so, we never have a shortage of bees around our property. We have flowers pretty well year long, and enough that I have to wash my truck a little more frequently because of little yellow dots that I learned what they actually mean. So I think it's a good sign if that's happening. So thanks a lot. I rely a lot. I have fruit trees on my property and that, so that's one of the reasons why we have lots of flowers on our property also. So thank you very much for doing this kind of stuff. Taking care of these bees are incredibly important.
Thank you. Yeah, this time of year, the bees have been cooped up in their houses all year long, or all winter long, rather, consuming their food. And this time of year, when we get a warm day, they like to come out and unload. So, yeah, it's not a good day to be a beekeeper wearing a white outfit when you go out because you end up looking like a leopard.
Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, I don't have, am I on or off?
Councillor Ferguson. Go
I
ahead.
don't have my bee hat on me. I don't own one yet, but how much do they cost? Anyway, don't worry about that, Brent. I am a consumer of honey, so every day I'm taking some honey. I also, when the kids were younger and even as grandchildren, we always go down to P&E, the Honey Bee Center, we buy honey, almost looking for another brand. There's always different types of honey and different type of containers, and I'm almost looking out for that as well. But you asked a question. So you were interested in a facility or needing, so what you should do is give the mayor and council an email, say what your needs would be, because we might be able to find a place somewhere, and depending on how much space you need, and behind a recreation facility or a park or something like that. That's the first thing.
Right. Yeah, Steve, I didn't mean to be misleading. We don't have a permanent residence. We do rent the Heritage Hall in Aldergrove, and I guess, we don't know that we don't decorate the hall with anything, but I'm not sure if we're allowed to do that.
A home for the certificate, a home for you guys to meet as a group.
We'll
No, it's,
definitely
We'll find a place for that.
definitely find a good home for that.
Okay, and the second thing is also as far as educating people, I've a delegation before being a teacher, is the regional parks is also another, our own parks too, but regional parks, letting them know what you're doing and what types of flowers and other things, and get them involved in being a bee-friendly district. So there you go,
Yeah.
that's your next challenge, Bryn.
yeah. I think there is a bee day coming up early in May or late April that we're involved with LEPs in
Good.
doing a bit of education in that respect. So, yeah, I think we set ourselves up in the Langley Township demonstration garden and have a
great.
day educating about bees. And,
There's always things we can
yeah,
learn.
and also in the Derrick Doubleday garden too.
Yes. Very good. Anyway, thank you very much for coming. There's always things we can learn from the bees.
True. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we can do the photo op now.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move to reports to council. Item E1, utility statement due date options. This was moved and seconded, so it's back on the floor. Is there any questions or discussion? Councillor Richter.
Yes, I put this on because I think that the options that came to the council earlier to consider didn't include the day property taxes are due. And I said July 2nd, but that's when they were due this year. I think the amendment needs to be amended, and I'd like to make that amendment, perhaps after everyone's had a chance to speak, to the second business day in July, which I believe is the correct terminology in legislation and other policies.
Go ahead.
Can I make the amendment?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to make an amendment that the motion delete July 2nd and replace it with second business day in July.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Do you wish to speak to it further?
No, I think that the concerns that have been raised by the public and the residents have been referenced and documented, and I believe out of fairness to them, they're used to one particular way of doing it, and I can't really see a real good reason why we should change what they're already used to. So I'd like to have the second business day in July as the option going forward.
Councillor Martins?
Yeah. I'm just wondering if staff can confirm whether any residents have contacted the township about billing confusion or late fees since the 2025 billing cycle changes. I saw confusion online. I'm wondering if there was any direct concerns raised with staff.
Your worship, to Council Martins, just for clarification purposes, with respect to last year's billing cycle for utility statements, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, and just the separation and moving to different dates.
To your worship, to Council Martins, staff did provide through corporate communications updates last year and education items as well to ensure that the public knew that these statements were being separated. So there was questions with respect to that staff did receive from residents as well.
All right. I support this motion to create a permanent due date. It's what residents expect. It's what the mayor established for this year, essentially, with July 2nd. And it eliminates confusion we have seen. I think consistency matters more than which date we pick. So I appreciate the amendment to this motion and I support it.
All right, seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on the amendment. It's on the amendment, yeah. That carries unanimously. Seeing other speakers, Ms. Bauer, if you could bring up my referral motion, please.
To your worship, we just wanted a point of clarification. The second business day is July 3rd, not July 2nd. That would be the first business day. It's July 1st. It's a statutory holiday. Just want
The
that
amendment's been approved,
confirmed.
and I think we'll deal with that if the referral fails. So I'm going to remove that E1 be referred back to staff for bylaw amendments for improved future flexibility. And further, that the flat rate utility due date starting in 27 be set as the end of April. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Rindt. Is there any discussion on that referral? Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I guess just would be helpful to, and I know we've asked this before, but I haven't been able to get the clarity on it, but a good response on why the second business day of July is a bad option, and why this particular date here, end of April, is a better option. And so be helpful to hear that maybe through to staff, what's significant about the different dates, and why do we need to have a different date than what we do for our taxes? I think it'd be helpful to know.
At your worship to Council Whitmarsh, so essentially, there's a few items that council has to take into consideration. One of them, the primary one, there's a policy item there, which then council can discuss further at a council level. From a staffing perspective, if the statements are separated, it allows the flexibility for residents. Majority of municipalities in the region have separated utility statements. And if it's prior to the taxation season, there's a cash flow item as well, revenue, that the municipality would see earlier on as well with respect to some of the expenses.
Okay, I guess, yeah, thank you for that. I'm not, questioning the having separate statements. I guess what I'm questioning is about having to have two different dates, and even though we have different statements, what is the disadvantage of having the same date, due date, even though they are different statements?
To your worship, to Councilor Whitmarsh, so that item then we would, from a staffing perspective, indicate that's a policy item, that council direction to now set a specific date would be considered a policy.
Okay, well, maybe I guess my question is to your worship, this is your referral. Why are you suggesting the end of April?
Yeah, it was one of the options in the report, and so at some point you have to pick one.
Okay, so it's just flip of a coin, you picked it for that reason?
No, it wasn't a flip of a coin. I think there's been a number of rationale throughout multiple staff reports as the process has unfolded.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Richter?
Yeah, I have a question through you to staff. Can you do a referral to staff with a substantive change to the intent of the motion, the original motion? Because the wording in the original motion says set the annual due date for the 27 flat rate utility statement and for all subsequent years on the second day in July. And yet this is now being substantively changed by saying it's an end of April due date. So is a referral procedurally correct in this case? Or does the main motion have to be dispensed with before this motion can go on?
Through your worship to Councilor Richter, the referral here is quite prescriptive in nature, so this would give the direction about amending the bylaw, bringing the bylaw forward, and having a specific date as of end of April 2027. The council procedure bylaw does not specifically state this scenario itself. However, council does have the underlying discretion to deviate from any council procedure bylaw in the event there's a majority ruling on the item.
Okay, well, so a referral is not out of order even though the date has been changed in this referral?
Your worship to Councilor Richter, the referral would be essentially providing the direction. So that would be the direction given specifically to staff as it would be referred back and the specific bylaw amendments and the due date is set.
Okay, well, given that this referral is in direct constitution or contradiction to the substance of and the intent of the motion, which is keep it simple for residents, keep the current due date, I can't support this referral. I think it's wrong. I actually think it should be ruled out of order, but I'm not the chair.
All right, seeing no discussion, I'll call the question on the referral. And the referral carries with Councilor Kuntz, Councilor Martins, Councilor Richter, Councilor Whitmarsh opposed. Item E2, draft transportation mobility strategy. This is also back on the floor, moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Councilor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I appreciated the extra couple weeks to be able to dig into it more. I don't know if there's any other speakers, but I do have a series of amendments when the time comes.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. In that case, Ms. Bauer.
Yeah, Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
So just so everybody is on the same page, literally when you see me reference page numbers at the top there underneath actions, those refer to the physical paper pages, not PDF pages, just so that everybody's on the same page again. Blue represents additions and strike-throughs represent eliminations from what is currently within the draft TMS. So this first amendment would be under theme 2, safety, and it would be to, as opposed to initiate a pilot of slow streets, it would be to begin the implementation of slow streets in certain neighborhoods for council to consider. And once those programs were beginning, that ongoing communication with residents in those areas would be ongoing as well. For those of you who aren't aware of what slow streets are, they are the movement towards 30-kilometer or 40-kilometer speed zones in local residential neighborhoods with traffic calming physical changes as well associated with those. They've been shown to significantly reduce injury and accident fatalities in those streets where the changes have been made. So that will be, I'll go through each one individually, and I guess would it be better if we addressed each one as we went and then came back? Or just move to the next one?
We could just do one at a time.
Dispense with each at a time?
Just
Okay.
do one at a time.
So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Yes, so does anybody have any discussion on this amendment? So Councillor Kunst on this amendment?
Nope. Oh, sorry. No.
So if you could please, Ms. Bauer, there's still no mechanism for different speakers lists for different motions?
I can have a few minutes to set them up, yes, but on the fly like this, it does
It's
take a moment.
challenging, yeah, versus the old system. So if anybody wishes to speak to the amendment, if you could please indicate that. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I'm really in favor of this. We're getting a number of streets now. I can recount one up in Walnut Grove where people are utilizing side streets as cut-throughs. And I believe that by reducing the speeds and that it'll make it a lot more possible for enforcement and give a reminder to people that they're no longer just quickly cutting through and dangerously cutting through areas where there are kids and they are streets that are not designed for speed, that they're going to have to go slower, and hopefully they'll get the message of quit using cut-throughs to bypass intersections and stuff like that. So thank you.
Councillor Martins.
Thank you. I appreciate the spirit of this motion, and we do want people to slow down for sure, and especially in residential areas. So I support the reducing the speed. My questions are, will there be environmental changes to the streets, or are we just changing the speed limit signs?
Mr. Pratt, do you wish to try to answer that?
Yeah, the evidence has shown that in cities where they have not made physical changes to those streets, the success of the program has not been up to par or what they wanted to see. So including the for council to consider in that, for me, provides the opportunity for council to assess each street as it is proposed and make sure that those physical changes are made. And then eventually maybe get to the point where it doesn't have to come to council. It could just be a ubiquitous program that moves forward on its own. But to begin with, at the implementation stage, I think we want to be able to have some oversight.
Thank you. Yeah, so, so the difference between pilot and identify, I like the word pilot because we can see if it's working and if not, and what the shortcomings are, rather than just going ahead. But, so maybe there could be, I guess you're saying for council to consider, but I think maybe some language to make that stronger, because I think this is a good start, but we're not all the way there. Recognizing the downside, and the other one is we're relying on enforcement and to manage this. And we know there's only so many police officers and they can't be everywhere. So, while I applaud doing slower streets, I'm just not sure how we're actually going to slow people down in the absence of the environmental changes and enforcement. So those are my concerns. I would support this because it's going in the right direction, but I ultimately think it's not quite hitting the mark of what we really need to make our streets safer.
Councilor Richter?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Martins because jumping from pilot to implementing when we're just looking at this to approve it to go out for a fourth and final round of community input, moves it in a whole new direction. So I'm just wondering, are there costs associated with implementing these? And if so, what are those costs? And also, have specific streets already been identified? And if so, is there a list of them?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, so staff's understanding is this, staff would bring a report to council forward with respect to approving any of the slow streets, and if there's any necessary bylaw changes, whether it's the highway traffic bylaw and reviewing also the Motor Vehicle Act. At that time, if there's any costs associated with it and any funding envelope required, we would seek council approval. And with respect to the report to council, we would essentially be bringing forward targeted evidence-based analysis as well, and it'll be through a formal process with respect to this.
Okay, but the devil's usually in the details, and it seems to me here, big jump from pilot to implement. And that means there's going to be costs, and we're already in a bit of a budget crisis right now. How much are these costs? And I've seen this happen before, at least during this term, where the intent is for staff to come back, but the motion is worded in such a way that staff don't have to come back. And that's what I'm worried about with this wording. I mean, I appreciate that Mr. Cooner has just said that there'll be a report coming back to council on this before anything is implemented, but that's not what this direction says. It doesn't say report back. That's my only concern on this one. Thank you.
All right, seeing no discussion, call the question on the amendment. Amendment carries. Councilor Richter opposed. Councilor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Moving on to Action S 4.2 under the safety theme as well. Explore opportunities to implement roundabouts where feasible. The language in the TMS draft that we have before us specifically points out rural intersections. And this change adds urban intersections just as a general rule that two-lane roads where these intersections exist, roundabouts may be considered.
All right, I'll second it. Just to clarify, Councilor Pratt, you've indicated the changes in blue?
Correct.
Okay, so it's a two-word change?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm wondering if I can, through the chair to staff, ask why in the report we received, it didn't include urban intersections, that it only specified rural.
Your worship, to Councillor Martins, with respect to urban intersections in the transportation, the the draft transportation mobility strategy, we had identified roundabouts. And it does depend on the location as well.
But it specifically said in the document, rural, and it didn't include urban, and I'm just wondering why there was that distinction, if maybe staff could weigh in.
To your worship, to Councillor Martin, so in the engineering service plans, we've identified for urban roads roundabouts as the appropriate method. Here, if the word and urban is added, we would look at traffic signalization at urban intersections then.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I apologize. I know this was last time as well. I am having trouble hearing you in your mic.
To your worship, to Councillor Martins, with respect to the engineering service plans, we identified roundabouts in urban intersections. Here, in the event this amendment is passed, we would look at traffic signalizations at urban intersections. So hence why they weren't recommended. It's just that the roundabouts have been the item that's included in our engineering service plans.
Okay, so then this is a shift from what staff recommended. That
Your worship, Councillor Martins, not necessarily, as we have roundabouts in the engineering service plan already, and if council would like us to also look at traffic signalization at urban intersections, then staff would review that item as well.
Okay, so what I am hearing is staff haven't recommended it at urban intersections. It's just if council moves that we do that. And I'm a little concerned because we're not engineers at this table. So I do see consideration, and I know that it's heading out to public input again. So maybe we can probably, I'm hoping to get some more information on this topic as well, because I worry about us weighing in on engineering changes.
Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, I guess my concerns are probably around the same item. It does say in that bullet point, it starts with saying it's a roundabout first policy. And so this would be then suggesting that we would have a roundabout first policy for rural intersections as well as urban intersections. I do think that's a pretty significant change. Roundabouts in the urban area are more challenging and sometimes more difficult to set up. And this is saying that the first thing we would look at is, can we do it? And that's the first item that we'd want to get done is a roundabout. So I guess would be helpful to know more from staff. Is this really the intention? I know this is a council motion, but would staff see this then as all intersections being done, that the priority is to do roundabouts, whether it's urban or rural, throughout our community?
Dear worship, Councillor Whitmarsh, I'd like to just highlight that this specific section is more focused also on sections that are high speed in rural intersections. So would not be an item that's completely township wide for intersections. This is was oriented towards high speed intersections, and specifically for safety measure purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
We're spending a lot of time talking about the word rural. On page 50, there's an action plan, that's 4.1, prepare a traffic control toolkit for rural intersections. Is that not correct, Mr. Gunner?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no discussion, we'll call the question on that amendment. That carries. So Councillor Martins, Councillor Whitmarsh opposed. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Another one under the safety, provide leading pedestrian intervals. These changes effectively reverse the onus to be able to develop criteria where the installation of leading pedestrian intervals is not suitable. For those of you who aren't familiar, there are a couple that exist across the township. The two that stick out are in Willowbrook. Leading pedestrian intervals are tools in which pedestrians are allowed to enter an intersection first, creating better visibility, increasing safety. They've been proven to reduce, again, incidents between vehicles and pedestrians. And then the second change to the bullet points there is selecting signalized intersections which within each community center, town center, and neighborhood center identified in Figure 7, and at these locations for council consideration, introduce leading pedestrian intervals. Again, similar to how the traffic calming program is handled, where they come forward to council for deliberation and consideration.
All right, I'll second it. Is there any discussion? All right, any other questions or discussion? All right, Councilor Martins?
Yeah, if I could just ask the mover to, again, I know he mentioned it, just trying to take this in. The second point, originally it said in the document to adopt or develop criteria for the installation of leading pedestrian intervals. So you're wanting to develop criteria for why not?
Yeah, sure. Councilor
Yeah.
Pratt, do you wish to respond to that?
Yeah, I think for myself, if they've been proven to reduce incidents and increase safety, I think that would be the better framing in my mind as to why we shouldn't build these into intersections from the beginning for new intersections. And if we are looking to potentially retrofit intersections that don't have LPIs yet, then I would prefer to know why we shouldn't introduce that change at that intersection, as opposed to have to be convinced as to why.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that clarification, and I think that's, I appreciate that you're looking at, we should do it rather than we shouldn't. So, thank you.
All right, seeing no discussion, call the question on that amendment. That carries unanimously. Councilor Pratt?
One more under safety, action S5.2, provide protected intersections. In the TMS draft, it provides renderings and it provides explanation and rationale as to what are and why we should introduce protected intersections. And what this amendment would do is adopt protected intersection design as the new design standard for new urban intersections to be built where feasible, as well as identifying existing urban intersections where they could be given a protective retrofit. And these protections are for both pedestrians, for cyclists, for anybody who's using micromobility, as well as creating better sightlines for these users so that they are safer when using intersections at all times of the day.
All right, I'll second it. Is there any discussion? Councilor Richter?
Yeah, again, retrofitting existing intersections is going to have a cost. Is the intent of this change that costs should be coming back to council as well?
All right, Councilor Pratt, do you wish to respond to that?
With the locations being identified, my assumption would be they would come back to council for a capital project request and debate as to whether or not they should be funded.
That's an assumption. Maybe staff could say if they're taking this as direction, or if there is gonna be something that's gonna come back to staff or to council on costs.
Your worship to Councillor Richter. So the overall strategy here, it's a long-term roadmap, essentially with visions and targets. Any capital funding items and projects that require approval would come back to council. So, for example, if there's any identified locations for retrofitting existing urban intersections. We would bring a report to council. Council would have to approve the project itself and the funding associated with there, if there is any funding that is associated. So, but overall, the document itself is a roadmap that provides guidance, visions, and targets.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Martins?
Yeah, this is more of a timing question, because I believe the next step is, this goes back for public consultation again. There's another round of it. So will this be happening at the same time, or is this next steps after the public consultation round that we're looking at here?
To your worship, to Councillor Martins, my understanding are these amendments are text amendments, so the document itself would be updated, and then the open house would be scheduled, I believe, depending on if council does endorse it today. We'd be looking at dates in later March or early April. And then when public consultation is completed, the document itself would come back to council, I believe, for final endorsement. And then policies that are, the final adoption, and then the community engagement would be included in that latest report to council.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, seeing no discussion, I'll call the question on that amendment. That carries unanimously. Councilor Pratt, do you have any more?
I have a few.
A few more? Okay. All right. Councilor Pratt, go ahead.
This one's under theme 3, transit. Action 2.2, work with TransLink to identify and implement transit priority measures that improve bus speed and reliability along the existing and future transit network. The change would be to add a paragraph, and that really, my apologies, Ms. Bauer, that should say the next step for the township in blue, as there's only one. It would be to add the blue paragraph to the end of action 2.2.
All right, I'll second it. Is there any other discussion?
And I guess that should say is listed below as well. My apologies.
All right, any other discussion or questions? Seeing none, call the question on that amendment. That carries unanimously. Councilor Pratt?
Thank you. Theme 4, cycling and micromobility under action C1.2, work to upgrade existing cycling and micromobility routes to align with the current design guidelines. The changes there are to change the language from an investment program to a funding program, with a further change to identify these routes as priorities through community engagement.
All right, is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councilor Wren. Oh, Councilor Martins, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was hoping the mover might expand on the change. Investment versus funding. Just wondering if you could speak to why you'd like to make that amendment?
Councilor Pratt?
Yeah, for myself, I'm more familiar with a funding program. I'm not sure a municipal investment program. I haven't really come across that language very frequently. This was a language choice that I made.
Language choice you're proposing? Yeah. All right. Is there any other? No, go back to Councilor Martins. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the township will develop a funding program. So would that be coming out of our capital projects? Or how would this be funded? Because I think investment to me suggests perhaps some collaboration with other levels of government or other entities. So, yeah, how does that look?
To your worship, to Councillor Martins, the words are relatively similar in nature, but funding, we would look at funding options within the township of Langley, so that's whether projects qualify for development cost charges, and also funding would staff's interpretation of that would be also grants would be included under that, whether it's through TransLink or different levels of government as well, as some of these projects may be successful in some of these grants at different levels and different interagencies as well.
All right, any other discussion? Seeing none, call the question on that amendment. That carries unanimously. That's it? That's it? Right? Oh, you got more. Okay. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Plenty. Action C 1.4, provide a network of routes that are comfortable for most users. In the paragraph there, the only change in that paragraph is the elimination of the words "and cycle tracks." And then a subsequent change would be that all references to cycle tracks should be removed from the study.
All right, seconded by Councillor Ring. Yeah, go ahead. You wish to speak to it any further?
Cycle tracks as a tool in consultation with user groups has been identified as something that they are not as much of a fan of, simply for safety reasons and user sort of accessibility. And so this is reflective of that desire.
All right, any other discussion or questions on this? All right, seeing none, I'll call the question on that amendment. That carries unanimously. Councillor Pratt?
Thank you. Theme 5, walking and accessibility. Action 1.4, expand and enhance existing greenways and trails and the on-street connections to them. This is a bit more of a text-heavy change. The reality is the first bullet point is to take the following step: complete a condition assessment of existing greenways and multi-use paths as a short-term action and identify locations for rehabilitation where necessary. In the second paragraph, in the short term, create a pedestrian facility implementation plan, which is referenced within the TMS on page 104, inclusive of greenways, sidewalks, and other pedestrian facilities with gaps identified during the first 3 rounds of engagement on the TMS, as well as through ongoing engagement. And the bullet points there subsequently are some priority ranking criteria. And then the third bullet point, in the short term, identify potentially suitable locations or portions, of urban greenways and trails where additional lighting could be added to enhance community safety. Obviously, in all locations, it might not make sense, but there are some urban trails where there have been instances where community members have reached out asking for a bit more lighting. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Rint. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I really like this amendment for a couple of reasons. One, more and more people are trying to utilize the greenways and the trails and that instead of riding on the roads and that. Also, you have very significant gaps, and I've discussed this with Councillor Pratt many times, between the trails and where you have to go from trail to road to trail to road. And if we can map out a more comprehensive way of doing it, there are smaller communities usually have the ability to do this, but we have to cover great distances. So I really like the idea of trying to close these gaps, especially when you're looking at safety in regards to either students or people with disabilities. So yeah, it's strongly in support.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I just wanted a quick clarification. Now, we have a number of projects ongoing in the Arbor Ribbon and also connections to regional parks. Would this be something that would be considered under this, our particular plan, if I may, either through staff or maybe through staff? I don't want to give Councillor.
Dear Worship to Councillor Ferguson, so these particular items, these are Township would essentially take the next steps and bring these forward. So these are just action items within the document itself. And then once we take the next steps, we'd be bringing these forward for council. So staff would not commence work on these items until we bring it until the plan is actually endorsed, and then we'll bring it forward for council.
Would it be something that you would consider, if I may through a chair, meeting or talking with, there's the Metro Parks Foundation, there's the Metro Parks as well, or whether that would be something already included in here under community engagement, if I may?
To your worship, to Councillor Ferguson, that item would be included under community engagement in the event any of these parks are neighboring some of the metro regional parks or anything of that substance. We would also then do consultation with Metro Vancouver and regional parks as a part of that report to council as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you very much.
Councillor Richter?
Okay, there's clearly costs associated with this one. Condition assessments, lighting. Do we have any idea what these costs are? And I note that there's no specific direction in this one for staff to be reporting back to us on it.
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, so these would outline a framework and indicate the next steps that staff would take. If we were to complete a condition assessment and there's costs associated with it, or even potentially retaining external consultants, we would be going to council for approval and funding.
But at this point, we don't know what the costs are going to be, do we?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other discussion, call a question on that amendment. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Councillor Pratt?
Thank you. Under walking, 2.1, wherever possible, implement mid-block crossings, as well as opposed to exploring the addition of these mid-block crossings where demand warrants, move forward with proposals to add them. As well, adding an additional next step on page 75 to identify intersections where curb extensions and or raised crosswalks, are feasible for short-term implementation.
Yeah, I'll second that one. Yeah, go ahead. Anything else?
That's it.
That's it. Councillor Richter?
Okay, under our procedure bylaw, don't we get limited to 10 minutes and we can speak twice? Because how many more of these are coming through, and why didn't council get a copy of these extensive changes ahead of time?
Yeah, so the council procedure bylaw, I think we could certainly, if there's other people who wish to speak, we could stop with Councillor Pratt's amendments and go to them. If you want to call a point of order on that point, and Councillor Pratt, why did you not provide these to council in advance?
I was working on them until the
Okay, yeah,
last possible second.
no requirement to do so as well. So, Mr. Councillor Richter, do you have anything else?
No, but I'd like to know how many more of these we are going to deal with today.
1, 2, 3.
3 more after this one.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no discussion, I'll call a question on that amendment. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Councillor Pratt?
Thank you. Theme 6, driving and goods movements, action D 1.4. Continue to monitor motor vehicle delays and identify opportunities to increase overall people moving capacity through targeted investments in transit reliability and active transportation. Changes are, instead of consider undertaking, in the short term, undertake a comprehensive examination of the practical applications for intelligent transportation systems, with the explanation of what those systems are in the paragraph, as well as identifying potential corridors for signal coordination with transit signal prioritization included at key intersections. So moved.
All right, I'll second that. Any other discussion? Councillor Martins?
Yeah, if I could get an idea through the chair to staff on what I'm hearing, comprehensive examination, that sounds pretty labor intensive. Just wondering if I can get a sense of what that would look like practically, staff time, hours generally, or months, or how we're going to accomplish a comprehensive examination. I'm not opposed, I'm just practically wondering how it works.
To your worship, to Councillor Martins, essentially staff would review the item and then determine whether we can accommodate this comprehensive examination within the current staffing resource, or whether we need to obtain external consultants or any funding sources required. And if any funding source is required, external consultant is to be obtained, we would be going back to council. A lot of these items or action items and next steps, and council would be privy to them. There would either be a memorandum provided to council or a report to council, just depending on the item and whether it's the resource required and the funding associated with it.
Thank you.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, again, undertake a comprehensive examination is clearly going to have a cost attached to it. Do we know what that cost could be or how it's going to be funded at this stage?
Your worship, Councillor Richter, at this time, we don't have an estimated cost for the comprehensive examination or the funding source.
Okay, well, if this thing is going out for another round of public investigation, I sincerely hope the public asks the costs. Thank you.
All right, seeing no discussion, I'll call the question on that amendment. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Councillor Pratt?
Thank you. So now there's no more text changes. These are some map changes, specifically to figures 11 and 19, which are the long-term cycling and micromobility network, as well as the phasing plan. So on urban roads, it is currently identified that 196th Street is a medium-term priority. This would change it to a short-term priority in the phasing plan, as well as for 202, 208, and 211B streets, would amend the map, or the maps, to be more accurate in their reflection of the cycling facilities on those stretches that are specified there. In reality, on the ground, there aren't really adequate cycling facilities there as explained by users, and these changes would more accurately reflect the current reality.
All right, I'll second those. Any other?
And then if you want the rural roads to combine it with the same, just deal with all the map changes at once.
I assume this was one motion?
Sure, yeah, rural roads on 24th, we would update 24th Avenue as shown on the routes. It currently is not shown as a future rural cycling route between 216 and 268. This would update that, as well as Robertson Crescent. There has also been some new trails along the perimeter of Campbell Valley Regional Park, which are not reflected on the maps yet, which would hopefully be updated if this was to pass.
All right, any discussion on these? All right, seeing no other discussion or questions, call the question on that amendment. That carries unanimously. Councillor Pratt, that concludes.
One more at the moment.
One more. All right, Councillor. Yeah, Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
There are two tables, table 5 and 6, which show the road network project level of investment by phase, as well as the cycling and micromobility network level of investment by phase. This change, if passed, would ask staff to include a third column or another column in both tables that shows approximately what length of road as well as cycling infrastructure that could be anticipated to be built in accordance with the level of investment in each of those phases, just so that we have a better picture of what we would be theoretically getting for those levels of investment. So moved.
I'll second that. Is there any discussion or questions on those? Yeah, go ahead.
And I do just really want to thank members of the community who have been in conversation with myself and other members of council, as well as the years of conversations that I've had with staff that have led to this point, and really appreciate all the feedback that we've had that has gone into these amendments.
All right, Ms. Barr, can you bring the amendment back up? Can you bring the amendment back up, the one we're discussing? All right, is there any other questions on those table changes? Nope, seeing none, call the question on those. That's carried unanimously. Is there any discussion on E2 as amended now? Councillor Kings, go ahead.
So first of all, yeah, I do appreciate it's a massive document, and Councillor Pratt has spent a lot of time identifying some items for consideration. I do have a couple of questions to staff. And the draft TMS estimates $1.8 billion in capital costs, but it excludes property acquisition, environmental mitigation, utility relocations, and green infrastructure. So I'm just wondering if staff could provide just a general estimate of those excluded costs, because without them, we're kind of approving something that, you know, we don't fully have a cost to them.
To your worship, to Councillor Kunz, we would have to get back to you on those specific items and review it to see if we're able to even obtain cost. Obviously, a lot of these items are estimates and are just envelopes created, and it's a 25-year plan or vision, and that's a policy item endorsed by council. And as a part of the short-term, medium, and long-term items, we would then be, as I've indicated earlier, bringing reports to council, seeking approvals for the projects and funding source. And during those opportunities would be where staff can fine tune the cost and advise council of exactly the cost.
Okay. Okay, so in our last meeting, we also, we had the township-wide parking study and bylaw review. And that was, I believe Councillor Pratt had about 9 specific amendments to that parking study. So is that reflected in this TMS report as well? And I guess the question would be has the development community or UDI had weighed in on how some of these would impact development along the corridor?
Your worship, to Councillor Kunz, the parking study was done separately than the transportation mobility strategy. The parking study went through a series of consultation, including UDI. The transportation and a mobility strategy, there's been several public engagement sessions, including a further one that's going to be scheduled in the spring of 2026. And once that is concluded, that would any of the public submissions would be incorporated into the final version or be brought forward to council's attention as well.
Okay, so I guess that would include the pay parking that is also included in the study. That would they be weighing in on that as well? That would be part of the public engagement.
Your worship, to Councillor Kunz, if you're referring to us, which item are you referring to specifically?
So in the parking study, there is a survey, and there's like round 4 that they'll be specifically addressing the pay parking and curbside management. And just wondering if this feedback will be carried forward with the TMS as part of the engagement, public engagement.
Your worship, to Councillor Kunz, that I believe that was a part of the parking study, and that's a separate
so
item.
It's separate, so we're not
Separate than the transportation. There's general items with respect to parking that are in the draft transportation mobility strategy, but the specific one you're referring to, it was in the parking study.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Martins?
Thank you. And I just wanted to point out that the TMS identifies at least 4 net new staff positions by 2028, plus consulting resources. And after all of this series of amendments, I feel like the number of staff positions or consultants is going to increase as much again. Have these positions been included in the 2026 to 2030 financial plan, or are they unfunded commitments that will require future budget amendments?
Your worship, to Councillor Martin, so we would present these through the annual budget process. We did not include them in the 5-year financial plan. That is an evolving document that gets would change year by year, but we would take that into consideration in the annual budget process.
So we don't look at that, we don't project, we wait till we're done with this whole process before it's added? Is that typically how things go?
To your worship, to Councillor Martin, the document is a draft, so council has not even endorsed the document. So staff, once it is endorsed, would then start planning for any costs associated, any reports to council, or any memorandums as well. At this time, it's still a draft.
Thank you.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, so we're voting on this main motion that has, is it 13 amendments?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, I believe it's 12. I believe it's 12 amendments.
Okay. And some of these amendments, well, most of the amendments are quite long and detailed, and some of them do have financial costs. I'm going to be trusting that the costs of all this stuff is eventually going to come back to council, because I don't think this is going to end up being such a cheap strategy to have. However, I do believe that we need to move forward with this and that it is overdue. So I am going to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I certainly appreciate having this transportation strategy, mobility strategy. I think it's important for our community to have. I think it's important that we consider these things. But I do have concerns about the financial side of it. And I guess my first question through Your Worship to staff is, we have just gone through 12 motions. Some of them have probably increased the costs of this mobility strategy. Adding different new intersections and adding other areas, I'm certainly would increase the costs. Will these tables 4, 5, and 6 that we have in the document, will they be updated in time for the public, in the next public input session to reflect the new costs that have now been added on these 12 motions?
Through your worship to Councillor Whitmarsh, so staff's intent is to update the document to incorporate the 12 amendments prior to the public engagement session. Some of these amendments are with respect to policy updates and some of the pilot projects, just removing the word pilot, and some of them may relate to major infrastructure rollouts. So staff will review that, and if there's any appropriate updates required, staff would update them. Some items with respect to either a consultant or staffing resource, there is not specific cost estimates. We would deal with that on an annual budget basis as well.
Yes, I guess yeah, that's helpful. I guess I'm wondering if the 1.885 billion that it's suggesting in over 30 years, it seems like we've just added some items that will increase that. We've added urban intersections, not just rural, for possible roundabouts. We've gone from pilot programs to implementation of across the community. And we've gone from, instead of deciding which areas we don't want to improve, which areas we want to improve on, we've now gone to which areas we don't want to improve, which again will add cost. So I'm not, it's not that, I mean, I voted for most of them, so I like the concept of it. But I'm just wondering if these tables that show 1.885 billion, if those will be changed in time for the public input to show now a new updated cost based on the 12 motions that we've just passed today.
Your worship to Councillor Whitmarsh, so staff would update the document itself, and if there's any figures that need to be updated, staff will do that. As stated earlier, there's no fixed capital envelope established here. It's also obviously subject to council budget approvals. It's phased over 25 years, and there's an item we also have to review for a lot of these amendments to see if there's any actually partnership-dependent funding, whether it's the province, ICBC, or TransLink as well. But there's a potential that that figure that you just indicated may change.
Thank you. And then last question, just to remind me, I couldn't find it in the document, but what is meant how do we define short-term, medium, and long-term?
Yeah, that's on the maps, Mr. Cooner.
To your worship, I believe it's on page 107, the implementation plan. I believe in the short term is 0 to 10 years, medium term is 10 to 20 years, and long term is essentially anything beyond 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other discussion, I have Councilor Ferguson.
I
go
just
ahead.
have
Yeah.
some quick points to make, Your Worship. I mean, we're looking at the report, the title of the report is called the Draft Transportation and Mobility Strategy. And compliment Councillor Pratt for putting together the changes. And obviously, he didn't just dream them up, he put a lot of time and effort by speaking with the members of the public and community groups and organizations. And we do appreciate that, and I'm sure that discussion will continue. 25 years from now, I'm sure most of us won't be sitting at this table, some might be, but there's going to be a lot of things happening, and there'll be a lot of changes made by future councils and future user groups. So I look forward to moving ahead with this. It's a good strategy, and I think it's a benefit to the community. It's certainly well-deserved, and it's well expected. Thank you.
I have a small amendment. I'd like to, in the resolution, in the second paragraph, I'd like to change the word "for adoption" for additional council consideration. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councilor Wright. Is there any questions or discussion about that change? Yeah, so the word adoption is in the second paragraph. Find that? I'd like to change that for future council consideration. All right, is there any other discussion on that? Seeing none, call the question on that. That carries unanimously. Now back to E2 as amended. Is there any other questions or discussion? All right, seeing none, call the question. That carries unanimously. Yep. Move on to item E3, Project Black Feather. I'll move it. Seconded by Councilor Pratt. Is there any questions or discussion? Councilor Martins.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very pleased to support this motion. One takeaway from the earlier delegation was the fact that the need for this has shifted. The highest need is now in our community, and the Willoughby Slope, has eclipsed the city of Langley. So I think it's good that we are addressing this. The attached report that we received in our agenda package, I just want to read from it because I found these words quite profound. The costs associated with adverse childhood experiences are substantial. Research estimates lifetime cost exceeding $4 million per person with 4 or more adverse childhood experiences driven by healthcare utilization, justice involvement, income support, and lost productivity. That's $4 million for every person that we are assisting through this project. And across North America, the related costs are estimated at $748 billion. This project has been designed to address this gap by providing a sustained intervention that meets youth where they are, earns trust through consistent action, and stays connected even during volatility. So I want to applaud the efforts of the people that have brought this forward, that have championed it, and that are carrying it out. This is where we need to make change. It's not waiting till it's too late. And And we as a society cannot afford not to support this. And I know it's just for a letter, but I wanted to highlight the importance of what's happening here. And I think it was said earlier, I'm happy to write a letter as well as a counselor and as a retired police officer. And as I said, I also worked in the social services sector and saw what happened if there wasn't this sort of support. So it's an excellent initiative.
Ms. Ferguson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, we did speak with the Langley School District at our joint Langley Township School District meeting, advisory committee, and this was something that they brought to our attention, Project Black Feather. And I think, obviously, as an educator, and also it's in the right hands because the education folks right from grade K to 12 are involved with working with students. And that means when you have something like this to begin to rest on and work with, that means all teachers and all administrators and folks can actually access and find out about working with kids with youth problems. My daughter is a teacher now. It's her first year teaching, and she's understanding some of the concerns with some of her students. So she's in Surrey. I know they don't have this program in Surrey. They might have something similar, but it's an important program, and I think we should support it. And I'm glad it's in the right hands. The educators are the right people to have it. And we talked at length at our liaison committee about it. And I sure hope it can go through. If not, perhaps the Township of Langley can get involved in best way we can. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. Item E4, I'll move the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Wren. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, I am very supportive of this, this policy. It's definitely a step in the right direction, especially as density continues to grow and increase in the township. But I did want to point out that the province had amended the community charter in 2024 to specifically acknowledge this tenant protection bylaws, but with real enforcement teeth, of which I believe Surrey has already adopted one. So I guess what I would hope that in the future we may consider a bylaw as opposed to a policy, just because it has a little more teeth for enforcement. Thank you.
Councillor Martins?
Thank you. I will support this policy because tenant protection matters, particularly as the township approves significant new density in established neighborhoods. But I want to be clear, this should be viewed as a first step, not a final destination. The province has given municipalities the tools to create bylaws with stronger protections, and we should aspire to meet those standards.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I agree with both Councillor Kunst and Councillor Martins. This is a good start. We need to start it. I would prefer it be a bylaw so it would have more enforcement teeth. But I'm happy to support it today with the intent that once it gets going, maybe it could become a bylaw. Thank you.
All right, seeing no discussion, I'm going to move deferral of this to March 23rd, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any discussion on deferral? Councillor Richter?
Why are we deferring this to March 23rd?
I'd like to take some more time to consider it with staff.
Okay, does that mean we're going to have a bunch of amendments likely coming forward on it?
Not sure yet. I'd like to review it with staff. Is that okay?
I'm just curious.
Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
Yeah, I support deferring this for exactly some of the reasons were brought up earlier, that this is a good first step, and I think if we defer it a little longer, we can carry this on a lot further. Nowadays, with development and things like that, and an awful lot of people being, especially in low income, being displaced, I think we have to have a long, hard look at exactly how do we take care of the people on the lower end of the scales when it comes to economic hardships.
Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I'm certainly open to deferring this if the intention is to make this stronger. and potentially look at it as being a bylaw rather than a policy. So if that's the intention, I don't know if that is, but if that is the intention, I'm certainly supportive.
All right, Councillor Martins?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it'd be more appropriate to be doing a referral to staff to address what's been brought up at this table, or to a council, is it Council Priorities Committee, to discuss as a group. Again, in the interest of staff time, rather than us all individually speaking to staff and then bringing a series of amendments here, that we collectively discuss this and maybe coming up with the best path forward. So I appreciate a deferral. I don't have a problem with that, but I think if we really want to get to the heart of the matter, we should be doing that as a group. So I don't know if I can make a referral after your deferral or how that works, but that would be my preference.
All right, seeing no discussion, I'll call the question on that deferral. That carries unanimously. Now that it's been deferred, I don't see a basis to consider it further. So we're going to move on to E5, telecommunications tower application number 0022, report number 2625. Does anybody wish to move A or B? All right, Councillor Richter?
Yes, I'd like to move A. I live in the area. We have had lots of issues with coverage in that area, particularly if we happen to be on a 5G network, which doesn't seem to work very well there. So given that there hasn't been a whole lot of feedback, in fact, I didn't see any feedback from the community on this, I think we should go ahead and refer it. I did have a question to staff, and my question is that I note the co-location offer letters were sent to TELUS and Freedom, but the applicant states that the tower's technical constraints don't allow additional carriers. Is the township satisfied the co-location was genuinely explored, or are we effectively approving a single carrier installation on a public road allowance?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, the proposal itself is consistent with the requirements, including with ISED Canada and Township of Langley's telecommunication tower policy itself. It's the proper installation that is being proposed, and the installation itself is an antenna by replacing the existing utility pole.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, speaking to supporting of A, I think this is a replacement. It's not a new tower, so it's a replacement. It's a bit taller than the current one, but there hasn't been strong opposition in any way, and I think it would be helpful for that area, so I'd support it.
All right, seeing no discussion, I'll call the question on A. That carries unanimously. Bylaws for first and second reading, official community plan amendment, rezoning application number 100310, bylaw number 6194, 6195. Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any questions or discussion on F1? Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think this is a good project for our community, and I think it suits the area. I just had a question with regard to the amenity contribution, and I noticed that this amenity contribution is different, quite a bit different than would be if we had the ACC policy which we're discussing, which is on our agenda today. It's quite different, quite a bit higher. I'm just wondering what the process was for calculating the voluntary amenity contribution in this case.
Mr. Cooner?
Dear Worship, to Councillor Whitmarsh, the applicant has proposed an amount which is in the report to Council. The amount is compliant or in line with the interim voluntary amenity contribution policy that we have. This is dealt with at a staffing level, and the proponent provides the amenity contribution as a voluntary negotiated item. The reference you have made is with respect to ACC rates, that this item is a plan amendment, and there is bonus density that is being sought. So therefore, there is potential to have a different figure than what an item that is plan compliant is. So that's not a direct comparison in any event, and also that this item is not subject to ACC, as the ACC bylaw itself has not been adopted. It's at third reading.
Right, okay. That's helpful. The other thing I noticed on here is 21 significant trees on the site will be removed, 75 replacement trees provided. I'm assuming that we provide for the proponent the types of trees that they must plant, or how does it determine the types of trees that get planted in this case?
Your Worship, the Council Whitmarsh, the Council adopted subdivision development servicing bylaw has some recommended trees of coniferous and deciduous varieties. Also of note in this application, there's a streamside protection area as well. So the trees within that area would also be protected. The numbers referenced in the plan there pertain to the development proposal for the site, noting it's a townhouse development, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. I'm certainly, I'm certainly supportive of this. I just wanted to ensure that the requirements that we have in them, their 10 development prerequisites, are met, and I know that we'll do that. So thank you.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, I recall in the last term that, and I think I brought this up in the last meeting, that we have an area-specific community amenity policy where we direct certain percentages, and wondering if the same would apply to this particular amenity, if it would go to the Latimer area, or how much some of it would.
To your worship, to Councillor Kunz, this would just go to the general CAC reserve.
Okay, thank you. So, but do we still have that mechanism in place for CACs to be directed to certain communities, like a certain portion of them? Is that program over? Did we?
We have
do
a
away
general
with it?
CAC reserve and an interim voluntary amenity contribution policy. There are certain reserves that are still, I believe, still might have some funds in them historically, whether it's a Brookswood Amenity Reserve, but they are not being directed to specific reserves.
So we don't actually do that anymore, right? And I just want to get clarity on that, so I don't keep asking about it.
They're just directed to the general reserve now.
Okay, so we disbanded that program.
To your worship, to Councillor Kunz, we're just relying on the interim voluntary amenity contribution policy and directing to the general reserve.
Okay, and I would understand if because you weren't around when we did that, but maybe the mayor might remember, because that was in our last term. If we still do that?
I think the question's been asked.
Okay.
Councillor Kunst. All right, so I'm going to carry on with item F1. Call the question on F1. That carries unanimously. Item F2, small-scale multi-unit housing development permit area, bylaw number 6166-6117. See, there's multiple recommendations. Just want to point council's attention, different items at different stages. Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any questions or discussion? Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I missed who moved that?
I did.
Oh, okay. I have a question around the difference between bylaw 6116 and bylaw 6117, in the sense that I do appreciate, well, maybe appreciate isn't the word, but I do understand that there is new legislation that requires us to move in this direction, and certainly staff have done a phenomenal amount of work bringing this forward. But 6117, which is about delegating council's authority to issue development permits for SMUs to township officers and employees. This removes council from individual SSMUH development permit approval processes, which to me is a governance concern. So I'm wondering why we have to do the delegation to staff on the DPs around this.
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, so essentially this has been drafted in line with the policy and manual site standards for SHMU that the province has provided us a guideline essentially that cautions that forming character DPs can negatively impact development of new housing units. So they are recommending, the province themselves are recommending that development permit areas are used for SHMU and that the province recommend that there's clear and specific direction with minimal discretion required for interpretation, and that council delegate the authority to issue development permits to staff. So we are just going in line with the policy manual and site standards.
Okay, so there's nothing really preventing us from saying DPs on this have to come to council.
Through your worship, to Councillor Richter, staff would caution council on that because the province has provided the guidelines and best practice for SHMU DPs, and it potentially could create some issues down the road.
Okay, but it makes for a transparency issue, I think, because what happens if one of these SSMUHs go forward and neighbors in the immediate vicinity have significant concerns about the design, whatever, of the, well, usually at DP, it's form, character, and design. What avenue do they have now? Like, where's the transparency for them? How do they get their concerns forward?
I think that their avenue is to call their nearest NDP MLA.
Okay, but this is saying that it's a guideline and a practice that's been recommended, but not necessarily required. I mean, that's what a guideline and a best practice is. I'm just wondering why we would have to cut off the opportunity for the public to have input into a DP.
Yes, so Mr. Cooner, let's maybe clarify this more thoroughly. The first recommendation is required by, and overdue, my understanding, to implement our option, the ability to control the form and character of SMU development.
The first recommendation is a OCP bylaw amendment to create a SHMU DP area township-wide.
And if we do not do that, it defaults to the provincial guideline.
That is correct.
Yeah, so, and then the second one is to have a public hearing on 6116. The third one is to delegate approval of SMU DPs to staff, very similar to council delegating townhouse developments to staff earlier this term. Otherwise, council would be approving every SMU without any public input. And I think that that's the concern that we'd want to have is if they're plan compliant, that public hearing is not permitted.
That is correct. In items that are plan compliant, it would not be a rezone. This would be a development permit.
So councils, to me, should, if you wish to dig more deeply into controlling or having input for SMU, it would be to focus our energies on the first one after the public hearing. It certainly could, council could decide that it wants to see every SMU development, but if they're compliant with the first bylaw, then what would be the basis to not approve them?
Okay, but again, what I'm asking about here is how does the public get to have input?
The province has taken that away, Councillor Richter.
Well, they've taken public hearings away, but do we have to follow taking away the ability for them to come and talk to council about it?
Mr. Green, perhaps you can clarify again. that process, similar to what we're doing for townhouse development. So if you wish to not support delegating because you see it as some lack of public input, I think I would continue to highlight that it's a process issue now with people that have property rights given to them by the BC-NDP government. And now it's a processing issue and staff issue, and the time it would take to process these and bring them to council, similar to what was done for townhouse developments earlier this term, which also do not come to council.
Okay, well, I just think as this whole adventure in SMMUHs is about to begin for the township, I'd like to have some avenue where concerns from the public could be addressed. So I would like to amend the wording on bylaw 6117.
So you do not want to grant it 3 readings?
Yeah, I want to amend it and say that the public can still come and talk to council about it if they want to. If it's a delegation or a letter or whatever, they can do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to clarify the process again, Councillor Richter. So you wish to amend it to say council people can email council about it? I'm not following.
Okay, I would like some assurance in some sort, maybe staff can help me out here. What protection could we put in place for the public to have input on these SMUs, regardless of what's been basically dictated by the provincial government?
That would be, in my opinion, you would have public input through the public hearing process and subsequent revisions to bylaw 6116, which will govern what SMUs look like and the form and character that they have within our community, within the bounds of the legislation. But Mr. Cooner, if you wish to clarify further, the intent is very, very honorable. It's been taken away by the provincial government. Mr. Cooner?
Yes, that is correct. The development permit, however, what we're seeking is authority to delegate the actual issuance of the development permit to staff. If members of the public would like to correspond with council or send written concerns about a development permit to council, they're not restricted from doing that, but the authority itself to issue a development permit would essentially rest with staff, as it does for certain townhouses under a certain unit per acre UPA, as that authority has been delegated to staff, but does not prevent the public from stating their issues or concern regarding that development permit to council or to staff themselves. But it is a sitting form and character issue, not a rezoning item as well. So obviously there's certain rights landowners have with development permits that are a lot stronger than the rights they have during a rezoning process.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Cooner.
Councillor Kuntz, go ahead.
So I guess it's timely that we have deferred the tenant relocation policy, because one of my questions was, if there was a SMU conversion and it displaces a tenant, how would that policy be implemented? So maybe while we've just deferred it, maybe that could be a question for staff to consider.
Your worship, Councillor Kuntz will definitely consider that item, but there's a bit of a difference in purpose-built rentals and SMU, and if it's, so that we would look at that, but it's a bit more complex and complicated with respect to purpose-built rental buildings in just a 3 or 4 unit SMU
Right,
unit.
except if we have about 20 of them, then that could be a, anyway, I have another, I just have a question now with like 14,000 units or lots eligible. Do we have the staffing that will be able to sort of like, once this starts to catch on, like, will our staff be able to manage all of these applications?
Your worship, to Councillor Kuntz, it'd be too early to determine that. We would need to know the volume of applications we receive and whether we have the appropriate staffing resource to manage those applications. And if there's any concerns with staffing resource, we would essentially go back to council and seek any funding approval to hire any additional staff to potentially keep up with the applications in the event we do receive a substantive amount. We don't anticipate, but we also have not ruled that out at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through yourself to staff, if I'm not mistaken, the delegation authority that was given to staff for the townhouses that are below a certain units per acre, there is a clause in that policy which permits the DPs, I believe, to be brought to council should there be a minimum number of councillors who specifically request for that application to be brought to the council chambers or to this table. Does that policy exist in this delegation authority?
Through your worship to Councillor Pratt, that policy would be the same policy under the development permit bylaw. That'd be the same bylaw. So essentially what you're referring to is the process of we notify council of the development permit application, and then council has, I believe, and don't quote me the exact dates, 14 days to write, minimum of 3 council members to state that they would like to see this development permit application come before council. In the event 3 members of council within 14 days do not notify staff of that, staff then would have the authority to essentially issue the development permit under the development permit delegation bylaw.
And thank you. That does give some peace of mind. And I'm assuming that when the DP application comes in, those typical green development application signs are put up along the property line where SSMUH would be built, providing some notice to the community that this is coming, and then that would theoretically allow them to reach out to members of council if they were concerned, and council would have the discretion to bring that application to council if enough councillors wanted to. Is that correct?
Your worship to Councillor Pratt, that is correct.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councilor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I had a question through the staff. In the report, it talks about these 14,000 lots estimated in the township that would be eligible. Most of these, it says, are in Murrayville and Walnut Grove. And I was interested to know why that would also not apply to some of the developed areas of Brookswood, which also has a lot of single-family homes and that sort of thing. Is that based on whether or not the property is on services, like township services, water, sewer, et cetera?
Your worship to Councillor Whitmarsh, so development on a lot that's not eligible for SHMU, essentially there is some lots, and I would have to look at the specific ones in Brookswood, that they're lacking municipal sewer, or any that are located outside of the urban containment boundary would not be subject to the SHMU DP.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. I needed clarification on that. All right, thank you.
Councilor Richter?
Yeah, Councillor Whitmarsh just flagged a question for me when he referenced the 14,000 lots, and I'm just wondering if staff have an estimated annual volume under the delegated authority that could come through, and if they've got the staffing capacity to handle that volume.
Your worship to Councillor Richter, it's too early to determine or anticipate that, so we would monitor the situation and see how many applications we receive, and then report back to council if there's any additional staff funding required to keep up with any of the applications.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's no one been in the region, I can't think of anyone, been more vocal against the impact of SMUs on the Township of Langley than I've been. And, but here we are, this is a requirement, and I'm going to support it because people have property rights now granted to them by the province. It's not the Township of Langley's role to try to take those away. If you have an issue with SMUs, if some of them start to pop up in your neighborhood, really your call is to the BC NDP. That's who you should call. Similar to what's starting to happen in Burnaby and other neighborhoods, people starting to see what some of these things look like. I look forward to getting to the public hearing on the guidelines and having a good look at them after the public input to see if we can make some changes to them to avoid some of the designs that we're starting to see throughout the region on what some of these things look like when actually implemented. I wouldn't want one next to my house, and so I think I'm very sensitive to, trying to do development in the right way, grow in the right way, and the Township of Langley is very unique. It doesn't have areas where, we have a SkyTrain station surrounded by single-family homes for 30 years. I'm not seeing that in the township. So this could have been handled much differently than the provincial government decided to go about it. But here we are. Now people have these property rights, and as a believer in that, I think people, if they wish to build these as the rights granted to them by the BCNDP, it's the township's job to find a way to say yes, not a way to say no. And we're not here to block them to build what they have the right to build now, thanks to the BCNDP government. Subject to engineering reviews, capacities in the systems, and all the other things that come forward with development. I'll be supporting this to conclusion, given that the township is required to do it. We're one of the only municipalities, I think, that has pushed back significantly through, I think, my advocacy and through Metro Vancouver as well, Councillor Ferguson, and others trying to successfully lobby Metro Vancouver to ask for an exemption for Township of Langley and City of Surrey, Maple Ridge, denied by the province. So we have the ability to deliver housing in areas that are newer and more modern. And we don't have to meet our housing targets through retrofitting existing neighborhoods at extreme cost. And I think it'll be very interesting to look back 5 or 10 years from now and see the amount of expenditure and staff time the local government has been required to expend for the amount of housing units delivered through this model. And I don't think it's going to be very pretty for the government. So with that, I'm going to call the question on F2. And that carries unanimously. Yep, Councillor Ferguson's ahead of you, so we'll be calling a 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene here at 3:50. All right, we'll get back underway. Item G1, 2026 to 2030 5-year financial plan bylaw, development cost charge reserve fund expenditure bylaw, bylaw number 6207, 6206. I'll move the recommendations in the agenda. Seconded by Councillor Rint. Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
Yeah, I've got an amendment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, that the fire life safety educator start date be set as September 1st, 2026, and that the reduction and transfer to fire equipment replacement reserve for $75,000 be removed, and a transfer of $25,000 be added to the snow and ice removal reserve.
Yeah, I'll second that.
So, with well over 2 decades of experience in this field, we're going to have this position filled. We're going to do it right, just like we've done everything else in the fire department so far, including, and examples of fixing halls that weren't fixed, like halls 4, 6, and 3, and the proper vehicle purchase. So what we're talking about here is not just creating a position, it is creating a division. And for a successful pub ed division to be established, it's based on relationships, fundamentally. So first, before we get this up and running, and one of the main reasons for delaying the acquisition until September is, one, not taking that money off the fire chief's budget like it was done, and making sure that the fire chief has that control over that $75,000 that will be replaced because of this. But the relationships that have to be formed, and it can only be formed by first the fire chief and then the fire chief responsible for prevention. The fire chief has to say, this is what this is going to look like. So then the fire chief in charge of prevention will have to go and talk to others in this relationship, like the local 4550. And I will point out as we go forward the importance of this relationship, because if it's not supported by the firefighters on the floor, this position will not be successful and will be a waste of tax dollars. Next, one of the key partners that deals with public education is the school board. You're going to be targeting primarily young kids. And without the school board being involved at the initial phase, we don't know if they're going to be able to schedule it, or we don't know what their cooperation will be. They may already have plans for this year, and without school boards buying in heavily, this position will not be successful. And that includes the DPAC. That is the next set of people within the school board. And they have to know what is going to be taught to the children, because it can be very controversial when you're talking about burns, when you're talking about the number one source of burns in British Columbia is scalds. And primarily they come from hot water. That one, I'll discuss that in a bit also. So the DPAC must be talked to before this gets enacted. Next, you have to talk to the BC Professional Firefighters Burn Fund. They are the experts when it comes to fire and every aspect of education. I know I was a burn fund rep for 4 years on my local, and I was on that board for 8 years. So the BC PFF Burn Fund is your basic resource, your information, your source of training and coordination. After that, there's something that didn't come up in the original discussion, and that is education with seniors. There is a commonality between young people and seniors, and that is thin skin. And that becomes very relevant because seniors have two things in common with young kids. Their skin is thin, and that is very important when it comes to the temperature of water that comes out of your tap. When you get a hot water tank that comes in, it's preset at 60 degrees centigrade, and the Burn Fund recommends you take it down to 49 degrees. And why is that important? One, Below that is bacterial formation within your hot water tank. But two, when you test water, when an adult tests water, most people will do it wrong. They will do this. This is the toughest part of your hand, the thickest skin in your body. So when you do this, also, if it's too hot, you'll drag the muscle reflex, will drag it, and it'll make it worse. What you do is you test with the back of your hand, you don't use it nearly as much, and it's not as thick. And where that gets really important is an adult tests the water. Yep, it's hot, it's good for a bath, and you put an infant into that same water that you've just tested, and you will get up to a 2nd or 3rd degree burn. I speak from experience on that one, both from the burn fund and from a firefighter of almost 30 years, and they are extremely traumatic things. So this is not to be taken lightly. After that, you have to also go and look at the NFPA standards that are dealing with it. So this work must be done before a person is put in place, and it cannot be done by a firefighter. They do not have the oomph when you're talking to a school board, when you're talking to organizations. This must be done at the chief level. So you get a couple of benefits by delaying, not canceling, but delaying the implementation of this position. So by doing this September setup, it's vital. You need also to look at who are you going to hire. Having experienced for decades going into schools as a public educator in this field, usually on off-duty time. You don't have any filters when you're in there. When you're talking to a grade 1 kid, that kid's going to look at you and go, how many fires have you been in? And if you hire a teacher to go into this, and it has been tried, they fail. You have to have the right mix of an experienced firefighter and know how to talk to kids and how to talk to seniors. The seniors also, because they both have very similar levels of cognitive awareness at sometimes. Kids don't understand a lot of the stuff about fire safety. And when seniors are starting to decline in their cognitive ability, they also lose that. So you have to combine that. So you've got to make sure that the senior organizations are also included. So this division must start properly. And I have to say, I have more experience in this field than even the fire chief, his deputy chiefs, and I have also got the experience of being in the fire department, Surrey Fire Department, that was the leader in fire education in British Columbia. We were the first ones in the late 80s that picked up the Learn Not to Burn program as it was originated, as it was.
Is there 5 minutes has passed?
Yeah, no, we can, I haven't been timing it. Have you?
I was, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Bailey, if you could wrap up and then you could come back to it.
Yeah, well, I 5 minutes on presentations, not 5 minutes on councilors, am I correct?
No, it's in the council procedure bylaw to speak twice for 5 minutes each, so you can come back to it in a second.
Well, I'll finish it off anyways, okay? So it's got to start right. Someone must be a little afraid that some things are being pointed out. But I will look forward to everyone who voted for this, that in the future you will support a division cost of about $400,000 per annum. And on my second round, I will point that out.
Yeah, no, I
Thank
think we
you.
can come back to you a second time. If councillors want me to start timing everyone, I'll start doing that. I've been not doing that throughout the term, but if that's the direction it's going to go, then we'll do that for everyone. Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm actually quite confused by this amendment. Fire life safety educator, is this another item that we've added to the budget? Because I don't recall voting for that.
To your worship, Councillor Martins, I believe that's the specific item that was voted on at the previous meeting. It might have just been different in the title, but that's was confirmed with the fire department.
Okay, it was distinctly different. The motion that was moved was for adding another member to the public education and fire prevention section of the fire department.
Your worship, to Councillor Martins, I believe we did confirm this with the chief on the language, because I think there was a discussion on the exact title.
Okay, because my intention was to include fire prevention, and that is why I spoke about the work that that section does with the number of inspections that they are doing, that all that data came up. So I'm not sure why the title's been changed. That was the intention of the motion.
I mean, I can go back and watch it again. I didn't really want to do that, but I could. I think I recall a lot of conversation about the school district being in the school system and so on and so forth. So if there's been an error made, you could certainly move an amendment. The minutes are now approved, though. So if you feel that there's been a mistake made, you should be following up with Mr. Cooner and the fire chief around that. But I do recall a lot of conversation about exactly that being in the schools. So I recall you mentioning something about a lost generation. So I think that that's perhaps what led to focusing on the life safety educator. Mr. Cooner, maybe you could confirm that.
Your worship, yes, your worship. My understanding was that we had discussions with the chief to confirm the title, because there's discussions about what the title was. And then after confirmation with the fire department, that was the specific
I believe
title.
that was because the position that was moved doesn't exist.
I don't know the exact terminology that was
You
used.
can go back and
but
look.
we
I did not
confirm.
move a named position. I asked that a position be added to that department. And it was public education and fire prevention. And
So-
yes, there was discussion about the schools, but there was discussion about a whole lot more.
My understanding is that this position is with respect to that item, general item, but that's a specific title of that position.
If that's what the fire department chooses to do, but that was not the motion. So I'm not sure why we're amending my motion. It wasn't for a fire life safety educator. It was to add, I was actually leaving it open to the professionals working in our community to assign that position and added resource to where they needed the most help. Because frankly, they haven't, I had a correction. I had someone reach out to me that there actually hadn't been an increase to that unit that currently exists of 6 members in 23 years, not 20. And that was also highlighted when they did a workshop with mayor and council a few months back. Unfortunately, only myself, Councillor Kuntz, and Councillor Pratt were present to hear that information. So I'm not sure where this has gone off track, but that was not my motion. So please amend the correct motion. I did not specifically identify a fire life safety educator. I talked about the public education and that they hadn't been able to be in the school since pre-COVID. But that section has been in place for decades, and they were doing it very well and spoken very highly of this program. We're not starting it from scratch. We're trying to give them some extra staff because those poor people, these 6 people, have been so strapped for resources again, because they're doing all of the investigations in our community and the inspections, and in 23 years, it's been no increases to that department.
Yeah, so I think what's the challenge being that all that Councillor Bailey had was the draft minutes and the minutes that were provided on Friday, which say that council directs staff to add 1 fire life safety educator for fire prevention and public education to the 2026 budget. So that's what the minutes say. And so that's the information provided to Councillor Bailey on Friday or Thursday afternoon. And so I think you should definitely take that up with whoever made this change, but it wasn't me and it wasn't Councillor Bailey.
Well, I'd like to get to the bottom of it because it is incorrect. I've never used that terminology. I didn't use it at the table 2 weeks ago.
Who was it that originally reached out to you?
What's that?
Who was it that originally reached out to you to suggest this? Perhaps that led to some of the confusion.
It came up at the council workshop for mayor and council, of which me, Councillor Kuntz, and Councillor Pratt were present.
It seems like an innocent mistake.
It's not innocent to me. In fact, it's taking away from what my motion was.
So, Mr. Cooner, I think maybe you go through the process here, but this is the information that Councillor Bailey was working on as provided to him on Thursday afternoon when he decided to inquire on the
Mr.
implications of the motion, which were not outlined at the time. The only
Mr.
one to do so, as far as I understand.
Councillor Bailey was present when I provided that motion, so I'm not sure where there is confusion. I never used those
No,
words.
the issue is around the implications of the motion on the budget itself, which my understanding is Councillor Bailey being the only one inquired about the actual implications of the motion. Mr. Cooner, maybe you could go through the process that led to this, or we can have an amendment move to change it back, because the minutes do reflect the motion that's on the floor.
Yes, we can make an amendment there. The overall understanding was that there was discussion with respect to this position, but there was questions about the specific name of it, and then we did check with the fire department with respect to what the exact name was, and that was included in the minutes. And that's the only step that was taken. There was nothing further because there were several discussions about what the position title was, and to ensure that that title was correct and that the amount associated with that position was also stated in the previous meeting. So the quote at the previous meeting of 177,000 was specifically for this position, the fire life safety educator. I believe the reference to the public education department, that's a department, but the position itself would be this position, is staff's understanding. If there's miscommunication or clarification required, we can, that can be done.
Yeah, that needs to be cleared up because we're voting on amendment of something that was not moved originally.
I just want to confirm you're now at 7 minutes. So we're going to move on if that's the case. We can come back to you. You're over your 5 minutes, Councillor Marshall. So we're going to move on. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, so when I go back and look at my minutes for that meeting, I had fire prevention officer or something like that written down there. But what I think Mr. Cooner is saying, and Mr. Cooner, can you please correct me, is that the current terminology that's being used in the fire department is fire life safety educator.
That is correct. That when staff referenced that position in the open meeting at the previous meeting, and that figure was quoted on what that would cost, 177,000, that was specifically for this position, and that was confirmed with the fire department that the reference was for a fire life safety educator.
Okay. So the minutes clearly do have that on page 6, that a fire life safety educator for life prevention and public education be added to the 2026 budget, which I support and I still do. And if the fire department wants to call it the fire life safety educator, I'm certainly not going to argue with them on that. I also agree with not reducing the transfer to the fire equipment reserve. And I think that a transfer to the snow and ice removal reserve might be in order, but I'm just wondering where the transfer's coming from.
Yeah, so this, the staff interpreted the motion, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cooner, because we followed up on this on Friday after seeing that the budget remained at 398. So this was interpreted as a reallocation of fire funding, which I think certainly not something we wanted to see. And so maybe you could walk the council through that what's happening here is kind of fixing the situation with an amendment of the start date.
Yes, Your Worship. So subsequent to that, additional staffing member at the cost of approximately 177,000. Staff further looked at revenue items and expense reductions or reserve transfers as the intent was to maintain the 3.98%. So some of the items we looked at, there was increase in revenue based on actual historical receipts. So and then there was certain reduction in transfer to reserves. One of the reductions staff proposed was 75,000 reduction in the fire fleet, fire equipment replacement reserve. And so essentially with this, I'm just reviewing the start date, with the change of that fire life safety educator start date, that there is some savings there. So that now those savings are now being, the reduction of the savings are going back to the fire equipment replacement reserve. And then the additional savings, it appears to be 25,000 to the snow and ice removal.
Okay. So going back to the title of the position, is an amendment required to the February 23rd minutes to reflect the actual wording that Councillor Martins used in that meeting? Because I think I don't recall her calling it a fire life safety educator. So that means our minutes are probably wrong.
Yes, we can't do amendments to amendments, so we'd have to process this one and then come back to the issue.
We'd have to process this one and then come back to the, okay. So, but the intent is that this is the position that Councillor Martins spoke about and put the motion on about in February, or at the February 23rd meeting.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, we keep, sometimes have to refer back to procedural and following the rules of our motions and bylaws, everything else. The minutes procedurally were approved earlier on in the meeting, and they were approved with a correction by a member of Council, Councillor Richter, who had read the minutes, as we all had, and found something that she didn't feel was accurate. We went through the process, and it was voted upon under the correction made by the councillor. So now Councillor Martins is bringing to our attention, and when earlier on there was a comment about we're not engineers, and we're not municipal clerks either. And you know, I do remember specifically to add this fire life safety educate. I leave it up to the fire department procedurally to act upon how they distribute their staff, how they fund their staff, and how they work through the fire department. So that was my understanding. An awful lot was discussed on education, lost generation, importance of educating youth, and subsequently this motion came up, and it was voted upon and passed, and the minutes have been passed for today as well. So I think that this amendment does address the minutes and does address the motion. Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, I'm at a loss, actually, because this reminds me of the last meeting where I was told that the water emergency planning update didn't exist because I didn't use the word potable. So I knew the intent of Councillor Martin's motion, and I think that we all did. So now we're talking about specific words and definitions that really that was not the intent of Councillor Martin's motion. And, you know, I would like to actually maybe ask that we defer this so that maybe we can just, this particular amendment, so that Councillor Martins can maybe go back. And it was her original motion, and now it's being translated into something that was not how she intended. So I'd like to maybe refer this back or defer it back to get some maybe input, and maybe Councillor Martins would like to speak to that. But this just doesn't seem fair to the original mover of this position. So those are my comments.
Was that just a point of
Councillor
order?
Richter, I think next up is, I'm following what the system is doing here. Next speaker is Councillor Martins. Go ahead, Councillor Martins.
Sorry, did Councillor Richter say she had a point of order?
No, I did not hear
No,
that.
okay. Okay, so I would support a fire life safety educator being hired. I also want to see an increase to that unit in general, as I moved last time. So it looks to me like we actually have two different motions. As for the cost, I do not think the cost of either should be coming out of the firefighters' budget, that they should be asked to provide savings within their own section. And I did highlight that there were other efficiencies that could be reached rather than increasing property taxes. And I talked about that related to the events. So I feel that what I have actually said in the previous meeting has been mischaracterized. So I'm not sure how that gets corrected, but this amendment's being made on a motion I didn't make. So, but hey, I would love to have a fire life safety educator, and I would love to increase that unit as well by one for, as I had moved, one, I said one more member for fire prevention and public education. That was what I had moved. And so let's give them two. I think that would be great. And I can come up with the efficiencies to cover the cost for both. So I will move I can't move an amendment, so I will make a separate amendment to add in another one.
Councilor Bailey?
Well, it's nice to sit and say now that you're going to add it when you originally did not fund this position. So staff had to go into the fire department budget and remove the money from those divisions. So it's nice to wish and hope. And maybe the reason I use the proper term of fire life safety educator is because for 3 years I've spoken to the chief and the deputy chiefs about this, trying to get this position in place, but due to an awful lot of unpredictable expenses like leaking roofs and not repaired halls, it's been canceled, but this discussion has been going on. Also, I remember when we were talking about this last meeting, not once was it mentioned that fire prevention, which I was an officer for 3 years, a captain in that division, not once was it mentioned that this position was going to do inspections or anything in prevention other than education, a lost generation, about the importance of teaching children. The proper term when you talk to the industry and when you talk to the fire chief, which some people didn't do, the proper term is fire life safety educator. And it is to deal with kids who have not been educated, which I have dedicated decades to. So when I have people sitting there and not talking to anyone involved, I have talked to the burn fund about this. I have talked to the chief about this. I have talked to the local about this, unlike Councillor Martins, who brought this forward after a visit to Hall 5. That's where it came out of. Very convenient. Yeah, I wonder what's happening in October. Must have something to do with that. But I am not going to remove money from the chief, just like the discussion before was, not a whatever. I was a fire prevention officer. I was involved in this, and I have spoken to all the players in this, which someone else did not. So this is to set it for success. This is a very important position. And if you think the $400,000 out, let me tell you exactly how this can evolve, because the parents and that will get on it. In Surrey, we had a tow vehicle, and we also had the Lions Fund, a 2-story fire education house that we towed around to all the schools and all the different things. And it failed, just like most other, like the fire educator here failed, is when times get tough and money gets tight, fire prevention is the first thing that goes when it comes to education. And that is why it's essential that this program gets started properly with the proper people in place, not some counselor thinking that she knows better than the firefighters, the fire chief, or a firefighter who dedicated over 3 decades towards fire safety.
Councilor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, I appreciate the experience that Councillor Bailey has had in fire and fire prevention, but I don't think there's ever any intention by the motion made by Councillor Martins that we would be taking money out of the fire department to fund this. It was meant to be, always from the beginning, and I think it was very clear to everyone at the council table that it would be in addition to. Councillor Martins did suggest some alternative.
What's your point of order, Councillor Bailey?
He's assuming that I agree with this, and I do not agree with it. I am the person who voted against this because I saw that it was
Yeah, well,
not funded.
That's fine, I understand. Councillor Whitmarsh, you did characterize the, yep. You did characterize the position of all of council. If you could just speak for yourself, please.
Fair enough. Many members of council, and including myself, understood that this was not coming out of the fire budget, but it was going to be in addition to. That was the intention in the motion. It did come up and discussed at the table about other funding sources that could cover this so that we did not have to see an increase in taxes. This is not was not done flippantly. I do think that Councillor Martin spent time talking to people, including our fire chief, about this and others. And so I think to characterize that.
What's your point of order, Councillor Bailey?
I did speak to the fire chief and the president of the local and the BCPFFA, and Councillor Martins did not discuss this with them, bringing it up that she was going to replace this position.
I think I'd like to get on to maybe solving the issue if there's been a misunderstanding around what was being funded and how it was being funded. So if we can move on from this, Councillor Whitmarsh, we can get on to a solution. I think reliving history of who did what and who said what is just going to lead to endless points of order here. I'm not sure what you're going with the history lesson. If we could just move on to a solution.
Because they're inappropriate characterizations of a member of council, and they're not accurate. So the accuracy needs to be demonstrated. That's what it's about. I want to solve this problem as well.
Yeah, so again, I think going to try to move on to a solution. I think it's going to move on here. Councillor Pratt, do you have anything to add to the conversation? Maybe we can just vote on this resolution. All right, so I'm going to vote on this resolution, and then we'll get on with a solution. I'm going to call the question on this amendment. That carries with Councillor Kunst opposed. So now, Ms. Bauer, if you could please leave it up. I'm going to ask for maybe to remind me, because I don't have the notes in front of me, what was theoretically moved versus what's in the minutes? Do we know what the disagreement is about what was moved and what's in the minutes?
We don't know at this point.
All right, so maybe Councilor Martins, we'll start there. If you could clarify that for us, please.
Sorry, you're asking me to speak to what?
Yes, I'm asking you to clarify. So if it's not fire life safety educator that you moved, if you could please clarify for us what it is you moved.
I asked that one position be added to, and I can't remember which was the order, either I said public education and fire prevention or vice versa. And I just don't have my note with me right in front of me, but it was one position be added to that section.
One position for.
Public safety, public education and fire prevention be added to that section. As I had highlighted, there has been 6 people assigned to that section for, I said at the last meeting, 20 years. I have since been corrected by fire department, 23. That was all I was asking for, and frankly, I was leaving it up to the fire department to make the best use of that resource that made
I think
sense
you've
for them.
clarified it here and move on. So Mr. Cooner, if you could confirm, so we've got life safety educator in the minutes and in the budget bylaw. Start there, that's correct?
That is correct. So there was discussion with respect to the section. You can't fund a section, you would fund a position. This is the position that would be funded.
Or if you did fund a section, theoretically, that would be up to the discretion of the department head?
No, we would need
No,
a position
need a
and a
position,
funding
okay.
item. We can't
So
just give the
there
departments.
is no public safety and fire prevention position.
It's a section, so that I believe that's it.
So I think that leads to the confusion. So I think fair enough if people are frustrated that it didn't say something that maybe couldn't be acted upon, and now it has this in front of us. If you wish to move an amendment, Councillor Martins, to an actual position, go ahead.
What am I amending, though? Or are you saying I can amend the amendment?
No, it's back to the budget bylaw as amended. So, Mr. Cooner, perhaps you can assist. You have to specify what you're funding, because that's, not doing that in the way that staff were looking for is what potentially led to this confusion. So this is the challenge with coming with motions on budgets without necessarily being properly prepared. So if you could specifically amend it to be what you're trying to achieve, because clearly that wasn't done the first time.
Okay, I'm not sure what I'm amending though, because we have now got some new amendments saying fire life safety educator. I support that. But I actually feel that, that section needs to have some flexibility exactly what to do, because I think on the day-to-day end of things, do they not, what's the title of the other 6 people in that section, I guess would be the question I would ask.
So does anybody wish to, because I've got other amendments as well, maybe staff can come up with something in the meantime. I'm gonna, because I think have a budget bylaw in front of us, we make amendments and we vote on amendments or referrals or deferrals. So that is what's occurring. If you have an amendment, which I thought you had, to change it to something different than fire life safety educator, then that would be the process to do that. Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
So I stated at the start that I had 2 amendments.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want me to go to the second one. This is a capital amendment, that the capital request for $25,000 for holiday lights at Williams Park for 2026 be funded from council contingency.
All right, I'll second that. Is there any discussion? Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
Once again, I'm going to go to my background in this field also, where I was a supervisor of Bright Nights in Stanley Park for 8 years. And after seeing the success of the holiday lights at Williams Park for the last 2 years, I know that you want to keep improving it, and it seems like it was a great response by the people over the last 2 years. We have successfully put almost $100,000 into a food bank because of that move. So I want to support making sure that the maintenance and the upgrading continues.
All right, any discussion on this amendment? Councillor Martins?
Yeah, along with my comments that I made at the last meeting, I don't think now is the time to be increasing our funding for events that are nice to haves, not need to haves. And so I'm not going to support this. I think right now is not the time. We need to recognize that we are having economic challenges, and we've just voted to take money away from snow removal and fire equipment reserve, but we want to spend $25,000 on parties.
I've got to clarify that. Actually, the amendment was to put that funding back that your motion took away. So what's happening, that amendment actually restored the transfer that was in the draft budget that your motion ended up removing. So we had to put it back.
My motion did
And so now
not
the
remove
snow-
any money.
But you didn't fund it. So
I gave
there was
options.
a reallocation. We've covered that, so we'll continue on. Do you have anything else on this amendment? But
Yeah.
Your characterization of the fire transfer was incorrect.
Okay, so I was not taking any money away from the fire department, and this would be an example. I'm not going to fund this. I think we can find other savings for our fire department. And right now, that's where our priority should be, is on public safety, not on nice-to-have events. This event was previously handled by a nonprofit society for 30 years at a much more economical value. And I certainly don't think we need to keep growing everything bigger and bigger.
All right, Councillor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I would like to confirm through yourself to staff or just to yourself, either way, that council contingency's funding source is prior year surplus, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
That's correct. This is a capital request as well. Yeah.
Great. So the prior year surplus and it being a capital request does absolutely nothing to remove any public safety funding whatsoever. Is that not correct?
Of course, that's correct.
Thank
yes.
you. And so I just did want to clarify that, as well as the fact that the previous amendment has been dealt with. Let's move on. $25,000 for holiday lights at Williams Park is a great initiative, and I thank Councillor Bailey for bringing it forward.
Yeah, appreciate that. It's a request from the events department regarding this event. Yeah, it's an interesting one to focus on. I think I hear a lot of good feedback about looking for free destinations for families to go, in our community, and certainly see no problem with it. Councillor Kunz, go ahead.
What is our current budget for holiday lights at Williams Park? What have we spent so far? And yeah, That's my question to staff.
Your worship, to Councillor Kuntz, I believe staff would have to get back to you, just, unless, Mr. Rule, do you have that figure off the top of your head?
Yeah, through your worship, we don't have that number on hand. We'd have to go back to staff.
Do we know what we spent last year?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah. You know, characterizing a source for almost $100,000 to a food bank is something that is nice to have. Doesn't fit into my experience. I was with the Surrey Food Bank for 11 years and I know the need. And by us running this and making sure in a very accountable way that the money is handled properly and goes to a good source, $95,000, let me correct it. $95,000 going to a food bank is not nice to have. This is filling a vital need in the community that I don't understand why anyone would want to take that money away from an existing, well-proven, well-run. In fact, we don't have nearly as many complaints now that the township is handling it in regards to parking and traffic control.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's interesting, the discussion today about something that we had a long, lengthy discussion about Williams Park and holiday lights and holiday celebrations. And this council came to a decision, I don't know if it was unanimous or not, that going forward with the staff, the Township of Langley staff, our union folk, and their supporters putting up a very good display and well received. And I take exception the fact that we should, not show the respect for the staff and those involved, including the public, and going back to something that we had already debated. That road has, that ship has sailed. It's time to move on. And yes, the food bank's important, as Councillor Bailey has indicated. But I don't think we want to shut the door on what's happening right now and go back to something that was problematic. And that goes without saying that some groups and organizations have run for years and years and years, and all the more power to them, supported that over the years and years. But times sometimes come for a change, and that change has happened last year, and we're moving on accordingly. And I supported it, and it's a great activity. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the Christmas in Williams Park thing, or the holiday lights in Williams Park, continues to come up, I think, is just a kind of a cheap thing to raise. I think we're trying to move on from that, like as Councillor Ferguson said. Continually raising it always forces potentially responding to some of it. I'm going to do some of that now. If you recall, when I became the mayor, I asked for a number of things and did a deep dive on a number of files. And this was one of them because I had members of staff, lower level members of staff, approaching me about how they were treated there, begging for the township to take it over, and finding out that there were significant staff resources being expended there with no council authorization that anyone could provide to me. Potentially up to $100,000 in staff time, but again, no council authorization that anyone could provide to me. So I think that we've been trying to move on from that. We try to move on from significant range of unanswered questions about the donations as well that were being made by the public. And if it continues to get raised, then we may need to get a staff report to review all of that and put that in writing for council, because I think it's really inappropriate to continue to raise that the way it's being raised by Councillor Martin specifically. So for now, I'm going to call the question on that amendment. That carries with Councillor Coons, Councillor Martins, Councillor Richter opposed. Oh, Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
I have an amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
My amendment is under a capital project description, that the capital request for $21,000 for marquee tents and sign paddles be funded through the mayor's contingency.
Seconded by Councillor Pratt. All right, so we'll spend some of the mayor's contingency on this. certainly have no problem with that. If we should speak to it any further, Councillor Ferguson?
Self-explanatory.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you,
on
Mr.
the, I agree, the capital sheet, I believe, does mention rental savings that will accrue to taxpayers with this expenditure. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, actually, could you just expand on that? Marquee tents and side panels be funded for the purpose of?
Oh, I can explain it.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Ferguson? It's on the capital sheet.
Purchasing marquee canopies will provide durable, reusable infrastructure to support a wide range of outdoor events in parks and community spaces. These canopies offer shade and shelter from sun, wind, and light rain, ensuring events can proceed comfortably and safely in variable weather conditions. Owning canopies eliminates the recurring cost of rentals, providing long-term savings and greater flexibility in event planning.
Councillor Richter?
No, I think my question was just answered. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I support this because when you rent tents, they're not branded. And when you own the tents, they can be branded. And I think for the public to see when it's our event and all that kind of stuff, I think part of the benefit of buying these instead of renting these is that we can brand it, the Township of Langley.
Great, so seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on that amendment. That carries with Councillor Martins, Councillor Richter opposed. Ms. Bauer, if you could bring up two amendments. Yeah, the first one is great, thank you. The 200,000 in traffic calming be approved for 2026, including the completion of 209th Street between 83rd and 84th Avenue. Ms. Bauer, I'm going to add, including the pedestrian crossing at 84th Avenue. Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Ms. Bauer, maybe you could write that in for us if that's possible. Comma, including the pedestrian crossing at 84th Avenue. Now, for members of council that recall, that area was petitioned and the petition came back very strongly. It's currently an unfunded project. This would change that. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where the source of this is going to come from.
It's a very good question. So I'm going to move an amendment that this be funded from the Capital Projects Reserve. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. So on the amendment to address that, you're right, Councillor Richter, that's omitted. So it would be from the Capital Projects Reserve if this amendment is successful.
Okay,
Can I call the question on the amendment? We can come back to it.
Okay.
Great. So I'll call the question on that amendment. So apologize for that omission. Yeah, so Ms. Bauer, can you change it? There's a typo. It's supposed to be 209A. It's the petition neighborhood that council reviewed earlier in late last year. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Richter, go ahead. And it's been amended to be funded from the Capital Projects Reserve.
From capital projects, okay. And this particular location is in response to what petition?
Mr. Kerr? Or Mr. Rule?
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, this is related to a specific traffic calming item at 209A Street between 83rd and 84th. This issue did come before council, and then there was a petition within that neighborhood pursuant to the traffic calming policy.
Okay, but where did it come from? Like, was it a member of the community that requested it, or?
It was on previous council agendas, Councillor Richter. I think multiple.
I'm asking to have my memory refreshed here, please. Who were the petitioners?
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, it was a memo done to council, and I believe staff proceeded by council direction with the petition pursuant to the traffic calming policy.
Petition person, okay, thank you.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I support this strongly. Recently, I was in the neighborhood, and there are two complexes in there that have roughly 200 units in there, and I'm very familiar now with this corner, and it is very dangerous, and and I'm really glad to see that something's going to be done. They brought this up repeatedly in the hour and a half or 2 hours that I was up there talking to them.
Yeah. Press your button to speak, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, now I thought we had just voted on this motion.
We voted on the amendment to identify the funding source.
So we had an amendment on an amendment?
I guess we did. Yes, we did.
Okay, so I cast my vote in favor, and sorry, I was casting it in favor of the first line or the second line?
The second line. So if you want to go back, we can vote all of this down and do it procedurally, but obviously I just omitted the funding source, but.
Okay,
if
no,
you'll-
that's
if
okay,
you'll
I was
allow it to
just,
proceed, who will object, hopefully?
no, that's okay, I was just trying to clarify, because I didn't know why we were still debating it if we'd voted.
Yep,
so,
you are
okay.
correct. There was an amendment to the amendment, but if you want us to redo it, I'm happy to redo it. All right. Is there any other discussion on this motion as amended? All right. Call the question. Okay, so we're going to redo that. Go ahead. That carries unanimously. So we're now back to, Ms. Barber, you can please bring up the second one. And this one does properly identify the funding source, that sewer works servicing for the installation of washrooms at Aldergrove Athletic Park for the synthetic fields be funded with $425,000 from the sanitary sewer operating surplus reserve, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any discussion on this? Councillor Richter. Oh, Councillor Whitmarsh, go ahead.
Oh, just got in. This item, is this, I know that in Aldergrove, the athletic park, they have portable washrooms. There's been lots of conversations about having a permanent washroom facility. Is this for them to be able to have that permanent washroom facility?
Mr. Cooner?
To your worship, to Councillor Whitmarsh, this would be a part of that report to council that council considered, I believe, 25-142, but it's, the intent is for the installation of the washrooms, but this specific item is for sewer works, so this would be the sewer line on the roadway.
Okay, so this is the portion of sewer works that'll be for that permanent washroom facility.
That is correct.
Yeah, so the area between the two fields right now, the delay with putting in a washroom kiosk there has been that the sewer is quite far away. So it has to be brought up some of the roadway and then brought on to the park site. And then it'll be serviced, and then at some point in the future, washrooms can be funded. The servicing will be available for that project. So this
Okay.
is heading towards completing the installation and replacement of that open pit toilet there.
Great, thank you.
All right, Councillor Richter?
So how does this relate to P1? Does this make P1 redundant
No, P1 is required in addition to this, in my opinion.
in addition to this?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on that amendment. That carries unanimously. Is there any other discussion or amendments on G1? Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a couple questions, actually,
go ahead.
for further clarification. And I do want to thank staff, finance staff and Mr. Cooner for meeting with myself and Councillor Kunst last week and providing some clarity on some of our questions. So thank you for that. And just following up from that conversation, just delving a little further. When I'm looking at the operating budget under the tab General Government, part of Universal Services, and this is for the 2026 to 2030 operating budget for general government. And I see it includes corporate administration, human resources, finance, community development, and fiscal. So it's quite a large category. Down in the expenses section, the fourth line is consulting and professional services. And I'm just wondering, I'm seeing for this year, we're looking at the base being $1,658,964, and with an addition, I guess, of 15,808. Could staff unpack this a bit? Because that's a pretty big line number for consulting. Could you give some more detail on what consulting we're talking about? And if all of these would have passed through council for funding?
Yes, your worship, through you to Councillor Martin. So this specific item is consulting and professional services and expense under the Universal Services operating budget. This would entail all consulting and professional services, whether that be through external consultants, whether that's anything related to projects as well. And the would include legal fees, accounting fees, and a lot more. That's just a few examples. So the specific change to the base budget from 2025 to 2026, as indicated there, is I believe $101,000 from the base budget increase.
Okay, and that increase was due to?
It could be a variety of items. It's just budgeting as well for any additional consulting and professional services.
Okay. So is everything in this category, are they external then? They're not township staff?
Township staff would not, that would not fall under consulting and professional services, township staff salaries.
Okay, so not on the payroll. Just wondering, it's pretty significant. I'm wondering, do we not have talent in-house for some of these needs?
Through your worship to Councilor Martin, I'd characterize it as a resource item, and some of the items are specialized, whether it's legal fees, accounting fees, auditors, et cetera. And some of it's legislatively required as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. So maybe not specific to this budget, but I think it would be important for us to understand that a little better, because that's a pretty big item. So, and then going on to my next one, I wanted to talk about the RCMP. I had mentioned to Mr. Cooner and staff, finance staff, about how it would have been helpful, or would be helpful, to have the officer in charge of the RCMP detachment present when we're talking about the budget, because there was some pretty significant numbers associated with the RCMP costs. If I could just, through the chair, find out if there has been an invitation extended to him on this matter at some point.
Yes, your worship, through your worship to Councilor Martins. We did extend the invite to the superintendent with respect to this meeting. However, just due to the late notice, he had several commitments with respect to some of the FIFA events that are occurring in the township, and was attending other meetings.
Okay. I think in the future it would be helpful if he could be included in the conversation. I did have a conversation with him. And I learned some information, and I don't want to speak on his behalf, but my understanding is the authorized numbers versus actual is not really as big of a discrepancy as it appears in our agenda package. And if I could ask, I know if I can through the chair to Mr. Cooner, I believe we had this conversation when we met last week. If you would be able to perhaps speak on his behalf to characterize what's actually happening with that staffing, because I feel he's doing a really good job trying to close that gap.
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Martins, the numbering remains the same. It's just the items we budget for the positions. So essentially, the utilization, there's that the discrepancy relates to soft and hard vacancies. So there's actual hard vacancies. There's also soft vacancies with respect to long-term disability, and et cetera. And then also the fact that we budget for the 167.65 members. And then in the event we do not receive that and our actual strength's 121.32, yes, they're decimal numbers and that's a whole different discussion. But there's a lot of overtime associated with that as well, even though we do budget for the 167.65.
Okay, so I had heard the story a little bit differently than that, and I'm just saying that I heard differently, so I'm not wanting to get into a debate about it. What was relayed to me is of the looking at the total authorized of 222 for both municipalities. You take away one for a civilian analyst, that leaves 221, and they actually have 200 actual right now, and they have additionally 15 reserve constables at straight time. They're no benefits or pension. They are experienced RCMP officers or police officers who can roll in and do the work. And they're an interim economical way to close the gap. And so that actually, I want to credit the officer in charge, Superintendent Harm Dosanjh, for finding a way to reduce the cost, because it's not actually overtime. They're being paid at straight time. And that actually takes to the actual up from 200 to 215. And they're there on an as-needed basis, and so they're not driving up our overtime. Additionally, 18 members from Surrey RCMP have been identified specifically to transfer to Langley with the next stage of the Surrey transition. And in this case, that's when the Cloverdale transition takes place. We'll see if that happens on April 1st as it's anticipated. But there are, in the RCMP world, to actually have people named, identified to transfer is well into the process. So they certainly are working very hard to fill these gaps. And the last comment I would make is that they will always run. Any emergency services typically run at a 10% deficit due to maternity, paternity, illness, and those positions are then looked after through E-Division. So when we're looking at some of the costs being higher, sometimes it's that. And if we, I'm just saying this now, nobody has made a motion to decrease the number of RCMP officers, but I just want you to be aware that they're doing a really good job to work with what they have and stay within the budget. So, and contract increases and body-worn cameras, they're no surprises. They've been in the works for years. And so that, my final
Councilor Martins,
question on this topic.
Councilor Martins, you're at 8 minutes, so if you could wrap it up.
Okay, I would like to know from staff, as I said, the contract increases and body-worn cameras rollout are no surprises, have been on the works for years. So have we not been setting funds aside anticipating these expenses? Like, I'm just wondering why they're driving up our budget this year.
To your worship, to Councillor Martins, we receive projections from E-Divisions. We take those projections into consideration. Obviously, there's several items E-Division advises us that are not incorporated into the projections, whether it's labor negotiations or certain items like body-worn camera. So there are, in certain years, they do anticipate them, and then we do incorporate it. But Ms. Ruff can potentially comment a bit further.
When we know that there's going to be a change in timing, we do move those funds between years. But these, from the RCMP's perspective, they're operating costs. We try and make those adjustments as we can to match our budget to our expenditures.
Okay, thank you. And my time is up. I respect that. I'll turn off my mic.
All right, so, yeah, the system's not the greatest for that. Councillor Whitmarsh, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Wanted to bring attention to something that I've found on the weekend, and I wasn't sure as I was going through the materials I wasn't sure if it was just me that is missing something, but I had some questions around it. I noticed in our package of materials for this meeting today that we have in the package in G1 a 5-year financial plan Schedule B. This is on page 460 and that's the 460 in the paper copy. And I guess my first question was that, was there a consolidated plan like this in the package of the meeting 2 weeks ago? Because I've looked, I can't seem to find it, but I wanted to just double check that I maybe missed it. So maybe through your worship to staff, was this document, is this a new table for us this meeting, or was it available to us last meeting?
I just want to confirm to your worship, to Councillor Whitmarsh, is Schedule A, revenue plan objectives and policies, what you're referring to?
No, I'm referring to Schedule B.
Schedule B, financial plan.
Schedule B, Financial Plan 2026 to 2030.
Yes, so this item, Schedule B, financial plan, which is, I believe, page 8 of G1, this is only prepared for the bylaw itself. So to answer your question, it was not in the report to council. This comes forward historically as a part of the bylaw.
But last week we did have the bylaw to us, or no?
At your worship, to Councillor Whitmarsh, at the previous meeting, we had the report to council, saw council's endorsement of the 5-year financial plan and endorsing that staff bring forward the bylaw for council's consideration.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. I think there's a number of questions that I have around what's in this document compared to what I saw in the report. And I recognize that some of it, because it's a consolidated document, we would be expected to go back through the report, through the other documents, and try and add up different categories and see if we can get to these totals. But one of the things I noticed is that, for example, when I look on the report that was given to us last meeting and the Universal Services 2026 to 2030 operating budget, it talks in there about debt, principal and interest, and what that will be as we service our debt servicing. And in that, it talks in the 2026 budget of being 47 million, and by 2030, we'll have a debt servicing of 64 million, which is the number that I had in my mind going through the budget 2 weeks ago. When I look at this consolidated report, the number is actually 53 million next year, not 47. It's up. It's 5.5 million difference. I'm thinking that might be related to sewer and water utility, but I'm not sure. And then it goes up to 74 million by 2030 of debt servicing. That's just servicing our debt on an annual basis. In 5 years, we're looking at maybe close to $75 million of servicing debt. Can you maybe just help me understand the discrepancy between what I'm seeing in Schedule B here and what I saw in the operating budget from last week, which was on page, 4 in that. It's hard to tell pages, maybe 28 or maybe it's 28. I can't tell exactly. 28? Digital 28. So I'm just wondering there's a discrepancy between the debt servicing, and I'm wondering if you could help me understand that.
Yes, you are correct, to your worship, to Councillor Whitmarsh. It was utilities were included.
Okay, so our total debt servicing is in fact going to be 54 and then go up to 74 million by 2030. Just verifying that I'm understanding this correctly.
Dear worship, to Councillor Whitmarsh, as the debt servicing stated in the Schedule B financial plan, that is the current financial plan. If there's any changes, that would be adjusted year by year.
Okay, interesting. Okay. So,
So I think it's, you know, unless you have a crystal ball, I'm not sure how you would know what the debt servicing is even next year, based upon what the next council will likely do in 27.
well, yeah, I guess this is, you're right, this is not including other kinds of projects that we might want to add.
It's also not
And further
including,
subsequent councils may want to add items.
it's also not including debt reductions that are theoretically underway, which is why a number of debt bylaws are held in temporary status. So again, you know, being here for less than 6 months, I understand you're still in catch-up mode.
Well, we are, I mean, in this budget, we're making the best guess of debt servicing. We're also, of course, making the best guess on revenue, on other kinds of revenue that are coming in. We're making the best guess on transfer from surplus and reserves. So, I mean, that is what a budget is. We're making the best guess on all of these items. And so our best guess at this point in time, without knowing what's going to happen with development or what's going to happen with future projects that a subsequent council might approve, our best guess is that we'll be spending $74 million a year in debt servicing by 2030. So,
I can assure you that if I'm still sitting here, that will not be the case.
okay, well, every
So
year
you can,
that
you can, you know, you can spin this.
it has
narrative,
gone up
Councillor
in the last
Whitmarsh.
3 years, every
I
year.
believe we're going to be getting onto that very shortly on your motion, but can discuss it more there. But, you know, I understand your need to characterize this. You know, what's going to be happening in 2030 is obviously not known to anyone.
Yeah, I don't have the need to characterize it. I just know that we have, our debt servicing has gone up each year in the last 3 to 4 years. So the pattern is showing that it continues to go up. So if there's some other strong indications as to why it will go down, that would be helpful to know, but we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah,
So-
so I think, as you know, the financial 5-year plan has never come to fruition in any 1 year as projected. So, you know, I think there's a number of assumptions in the 5-year plan that likely don't come to fruition. As you know, the Finance Department is required to produce the most conservative scenario based upon a number of things that are in the pipeline. So I think it's rather unfortunate, you know, how it's being characterized, unfortunately, you know, rather unfortunate. Because it's just not how the financial plan operates. And this being your 9 budget, I'm fully aware that you know that.
Yeah, I'm just using the numbers that are provided to us.
I understand what you're doing, Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I do too. Another question I have is just to, in the operating budget page, it says that we have total revenue 326 million. And then in this consolidated document, it talks about total revenue from being 431 million. And so I guess the challenge I'm having is that the numbers are all kind of different from one page to another. And it's hard for us to, when we get this document, this 500-page document, for us to try and consolidate all of these numbers and understand them. The consolidated page is really helpful, and it would have been helpful to have, you know, I mean, I recognize that we may not have done that at this time, but it would be helpful. Other communities do provide this kind of document early on, and council gets many opportunities to look at it, rather than us having one meeting and then voting on something that doesn't seem to line. I'm not suggesting the numbers don't line up, it's just that I can't connect them. They seem to not add up for me, and so I just need clarity on why is it that these numbers aren't matching up, both on the revenue and the expense side. They don't seem to line up.
Yeah, so again, I think point of orders are being called by the members of council. I'm trying to be consistent. You're now at 9 minutes, so do you have any motions or amendments to make?
No, I just have comments that the budget's challenging to understand and difficult.
So unfortunately, I want to be consistent, right? So if members of council are doing that, then we're going to do it for everyone. So I'm going to move on. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, last meeting, February 23rd, we endorsed approximately 79 million in internal borrowing. Can staff provide an update on this internal borrowing? Specifically, has the borrowing been executed? What is the current balance of the Neighborhood Parkland Reserve after the 52.2 million withdrawal? And has any CAC revenue been received towards repayment since February?
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, at the previous meeting, council endorsed the internal borrowing. Staff are still processing that and will be completing the internal borrowing relatively soon. I believe the reserve balances were provided to council with respect to any further contribution to the general community amenity reserve. There's an item on the agenda, I-1, for final adoption, which does contribute to the general community amenity contribution reserve.
Okay. Schedule B in today's package, which is part of this bylaw, which is the consolidated statement, which, as Councillor Whitmarsh pointed out, it's the first time I think we've seen this one. Schedule B shows transfer from capital surplus and reserves of 266.9 million in 2026, and this drops to 68.3 million in 2027. Does the 266.9 million this year include the internal borrowing from reserves for the arena projects? And if so, what portion?
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, so that's a transfer from capital surplus and reserves. That would not include the internal borrowing.
Okay, all right. The Housing Trust borrowing, the 177 million that was in the capital budget. Can staff clarify if this 177 million is entirely new borrowing being authorized in 2026, or does it reflect pre-existing housing trust obligations being consolidated into the township's financial plan for the first time? And what is the total annual debt servicing cost attributable to the housing trust?
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, the Township of Langley Housing Trust Society is its own separate legal entity that's a nonprofit society. The Township of Langley itself is its own corporation. Since council, certain members of all the council is members of the Township of Langley Housing Trust Society, therefore the financial statements would be consolidated, which then essentially the I believe on it's in the corporate, one of the tabs here, we've made a placeholder of the 178 million. That's included, which there's an impact on the debt ceiling, but the Township of Langley itself has not borrowed that money, so there's no borrowing bylaw or approval required, as the Township of Langley is not a guarantor, or nor is it borrowing the money.
Okay, but if it hasn't been borrowed by the township, then how come it's in our consolidated statements, given that the remaining borrowing room has dropped from 24.5 million to 11 million?
As staff are making the assumption that it would be a part of it would consolidate with the Township of Langley's financial statements, as the accounting practices were taken into consideration, but we're making that assumption and being conservative about it. And it was included to be transparent as well. However, we're still reviewing it with external legal and our auditors, including the ministry as well.
Okay. Section 174 sub 1 says a municipality may only incur liability as expressly authorized under this or other act. And of course, section 174 is what establishes the debt limit. And the budget slides are showing that this 177 now counts towards the debt limit under this section. So section 179 of the community charter is what establishes loan authorization, and I don't think that's been done. And so my question here is, what specific section of the Community Charter or other act expressly authorized the liability of the 177 million?
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, the Township of Langley itself is not guaranteeing the debt. Therefore, and we had reviewed this item with external legal, further specific items with respect to the legal advice provided regarding this scenario can be discussed and closed. But we have sought advice on this item.
Okay. And also on February 23rd, oh, I may thought it was May, yeah, because today's March 9th. I'm getting my months all mixed up here. We discussed the 22.8 projected property tax increase for 2027 in the context of the draft budget. And if the financial plan projects a 22.8% property tax increase, doesn't this make that 22.8% a legislated part of the financial plan rather than just a draft placeholder?
Your worship to Councillor Richter, council is required to and legislative required to produce a 5-year financial plan. Historically, it's always produced a 5-year financial plan, and some of the items and the assumptions made under the 5-year financial plan are quite conservative. However, each year we go through the budget process, and going through the budget process in that year, council will actually pass the bylaw for what the specific property tax is going to be.
Okay, but if we're adopting this bylaw tonight, council is formally adopting a 22.8% projection for 2027, aren't they? I mean, that's what's in the bylaw.
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, council would be adopting the 5-year financial plan, Schedule B in the financial plan, and the projections.
Okay, so what specific measures are being planned to bring that number down before the 2027 budget is finalized?
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, essentially staff would go through the budget process like they have every single year and review the reserve, the receipts, and then review some of the options prior to presenting at that time, the 2027 budget.
Yeah, but in last year's budget, the placeholder for 2027 was 8.16%, and this year it's 22.8%, which is quite a significant percentage increase from one year to the next. And the 2027 reserve transfer drops from 34.4 million to 11 million. I'm really getting very concerned that there's too much compression going on here, and it's not fair to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Councillor Kunst? No, Councillor Pratt. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Pratt.
You sure?
Yes, that's the system. Still getting used to it. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And just listening sort of the comments so far, I appreciate the discussion. And we know that Facebook posts need to be made and shared, and we know that sound bites need to be had. But working backwards from some of these comments, again, the point needs to be reiterated that over the last decade, and probably going back almost 11 years now, not a single one of the forward 5-year projections for future property tax increases has been accurate. For the 4 years between the 2015 budget to the 2020 budget, in fact, the total tax increase for that term came about 4.6, almost 5% above what the projections called for during that term. Last year, it was projected that this year's tax increase was going to be 17.25% or 17.24. We're looking at 3.98. In 2024, it said that this year's tax increase was going to be 10.67. It's not that. So again, we know what has to be done by certain parties, by certain folks, and that's fine. But the facts also need to just kind of be laid out very clearly about what these projections actually mean. And then in regards to the trust, which again, and I've said it at this table before, I've said it in countless meetings and countless coffees and countless opportunities. It is quite frankly one of the best things that I have been able to be a part of and have the privilege of being a part of this term. And in the over dozen public votes that we've had on various items to do with the trust, whether it is the direction to actually proceed with establishing one, whether it is the rezonings for the 3 properties, whether it is the borrowing bylaws that actually funded the acquisition of these sites, most of council has agreed. And at various times, the positions changed, but for the most part, we've all agreed that delivering middle-income housing and delivering below-market housing for seniors, for youth, for people who are working in this community and who cannot afford to live in this community is typically a good thing. And so I look forward to the discussion that we can have on the trust and what that future might look like for the trust in many decades ahead. So I'm pretty confident in the direction that we're headed over the next 4 to 5 years, knowing that if the right people are able to make the tough decisions and be able to make amendments to budgets and be able to fund things appropriately, that we will maintain the steady course that we're on of actually reducing the projected tax increases by 26% this term. So I appreciate that. I know we're more stickling on time these days, and I don't think that's really a word, but I want to make sure I don't go over. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I do have some questions as well. This is about the DCC expenditure bylaw. So bylaw 6206 authorizes almost 130 million in expenditures from the DCC reserve fund, 55 for roads, 26 for water, 36 for parks, and 5 for drainage and 5 for sewer approximately. The note states that expenditures have been included even when it looks like there's not enough funds available. So in the event that enough DCC funds are received during the year, on February 23rd, we discussed the collapsing DCC cash balance from 127 million to 37 million. So my question is, can staff quantify that gap? And how much of that 129 million is currently funded by available DCC reserves versus how much is contingent on future DCC receipts that have not been collected?
To your worship, to Councillor Kuntz, that balance that was referenced, that is for the year end, I believe. That was the receipts up to date from December 31st, 2025. So this would be forward looking. We would then review the items and see the DCC receipts we have received in 2026. Based on those, we would proceed with the projects. So this bylaw, the development cost charges reserve fund expenditure bylaw, gives council gives the authority to have that expenditure there, and then based on the receipts we receive in 2026, the projects will be funded and proceed forward. If there's any concerns with the amount of receipts received and the projects as well, then we would advise council.
Okay, so I guess another question would be how would we prioritize those projects and which ones get the available DCC funding if we say don't get enough? Or do we have one that we would defer before another one?
To your worship, to Councillor Kuntz, essentially we would review the item if there was any council priorities or direction given for specific projects. Then we would prioritize those projects, and then depending on the ranking as well, whether the project is ranked critical, high, medium, or low. So in the event there's an opportunity, or in the event the scenario presents itself that we do have to prioritize projects, then we would review the item.
Okay, so how I understand DCC funds, as they come in, their first priority is to debt and principal payment. With those contributions rising to 14.2 million in 2026, the DCC reserves are being consumed by debt service before they can fund new infrastructure. So my question would be, what percentage of annual DCC receipts is now consumed by existing debt service obligations versus available for new capital projects?
19 million relates to debt repayment contributions.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
19 million
Okay,
relates to.
19 million, okay. I guess I have one last point, and it's more, I know we kind of already spoke about the big number, the 22% in 2027. Do we have a way, how do we sort of manage that number? And do we have some ways to sort of bring that number down? What-
Through your worship to Councillor Kunst. So with respect to the 2027 item, the debt payments from reserves and a lot of the one-time is being removed in 2027 as a conservative assumption that we make. So obviously we would review the reserves at that time and then see what the balances and the receipts are of the day. And then based on that, we would be able to see what the actual tax hike might be for that year.
Okay, so it just occurs to me that next year we might have to have another, how we do that, we bump that number up for the next year. Do we know what that number will be? That placeholder, like this year it's 22.80%. What would that be, that projected number for 2027?
Your worship to Councillor Kunz.
Or 2028, sorry.
It'd be too early to determine. Right now, the 2028 number, I believe, is included in the 5-year financial plan, but that would obviously change in 2027.
Okay, so, but would it be even a bigger number than what we projected for 2027?
Your worship to Councillor Kunst, it'd be too early to determine, anticipate that at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, there's going to be a lot of discussion and, it's actually good discussion at budget time, because I think I'm looking at the number of budgets that some councillor members have had, right, starting on the right-hand side there. Councillor Woodmarsh has had a number of budgets. Councillor Richter's had many, many budgets. The mayor yourself been through a few budgets. I've had many, many budgets. Councillor Kuntz had had many. So each of these years that we've had budgets, it's been 5-year financial plan. And each of those years, as been mentioned by Councillor Pratt, the 5-year projection is always higher. I don't know why it's always higher. It's numbers that come up. I know that last term, Councillor Richter worked very hard with the regional district because their numbers were really high. So they sat down, regional district last term had a special meeting of the board to knock down those prices, those increases. So I have never seen in the history I've been with council a double-digit budget increase from the years I've seen. That's never happened in the many, many, many years, 6 mayors that I've worked with. And that might be true also for Councillor Richter and perhaps others as well. But those numbers looking at are scary. I understand that. If I was looking at them from not a public point of view, but from a private business or something, I'd be really concerned. But municipal government works differently, and our budgeting systems differently. But we're mandated to provide this 5-year. And those numbers are scary, and I've never seen it. As long as I'm on council, they will never be a double digit in the time I ever spend. So we try to keep them low. We're low 5, and I'm looking, if I may, now I have a question, if I may, through under, I guess, page 17 in our in our operation budget. We're looking at the household impact. The property tax, I guess, depends on whether you're on sewer or water. It depends on where you live. Our average, we're obviously one of the lowest at, I guess, $108.22. If I may through the chair, is that correct? It's on page 17 on the preliminary operating budget, Universal Services Finance Division.
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Ferguson. So based on the impact on a representative house, the house value within the township of Langley, approximately 1.5 million. The change is $108, I believe, and that's considered one of the lowest in the region, based on the house value and the total residential property tax and charges.
It's just like that other information for the 5-year. This is information provided to us by the staff and us giving us where we're fitting. Now, that also, one last thing, it depends on where you live also in the township of Langley. If you don't have sewer and water, or if you just have water, then that also depends on how much you're paying on tax. I don't think it's really implemented here, but that does depend to a great deal on where you live, if I may, through a chair.
To your worship, to Councillor Ferguson, that also with respect to the assessment of the home and that as well does change items.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yes, thank you. I wanted just to ask a few questions around the housing trust. You know, I'm not opposed to the benefits that it's going to bring. There's lots of great things about it, so I'm pleased about that. But today we're talking around budget numbers, not necessarily the benefit it brings. I guess my question is around when we, this is probably to staff through you, Mayor, when we agreed to do this and it was decided upon, did we understand that the amount of money that it was cost is 177 million? Did we understand that that would be applied against our borrowing capacity?
Yes.
We did understand that from day
Yes, we
one?
did.
Okay.
But we also, there's a number of factors related to how that will be calculated in future years that you can choose to ask about or not.
Okay, that's great, good to know. And so is the understanding that when it's the 3 projects are fully up and running, that the revenue that's generated from those projects will be used to pay down this debt and over approximately 30 years? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. This debt is fully serviced by revenue from the assets.
Okay, and is it also true that there is a portion of the 177 million that is expected to be given, to be either forgiven or rebated, or I'm not sure the right word, from the provincial government?
Yeah, to go back and look at the exact breakdown of the BC Builds grant versus the construction cost. Mr. Cooner, do you have those numbers right in front of you?
What's being referenced is potentially a forgivable grant. The forgivable grant would be in the range of approximately 10 to 15 million per project. So give or take that figure of 178 would be the actual forgivable. The actual amount is about 125. These are rough figures off the top of my head, with the remainder collectively being forgivable grants that would be forgived.
And also included in the grant number is that the housing trust proposals were structured such that no fees would be due to Metro Vancouver or TransLink as well. So those are considered grants to the housing trust.
Right, okay. So what, do we have the option at some point in time, if we wanted to sell these to other people that do this sort of housing or other groups? Could we sell them, or are they a property of the township for as long as time goes?
So if you wanted to explore that option, which hasn't been raised before, I'd suggest a notice of motion. We can get you a staff report on your ability to sell the projects.
Yeah, I guess I was just asking if, I wasn't wanting to make a motion. I'm just asking if it's,
If you want to sell the projects, Councilor Whitmarsh, we can certainly follow up with you on that.
no, I didn't say that. I just said I wondered if it was an option, that's all. Or is it that we are signing an agreement that we will manage and take care of it for 30 years or 40 years or 50 or whatever that is? That's what I'm asking.
I believe there's an agreement that runs with the land that's with BC Housing as a condition of the grant from BC Builds.
Okay, thank
And
you.
the housing agreement also leads to the forgiveness of development cost charges with Metro Vancouver and TransLink. And that was provided as part of the public rezoning of those sites.
Thank you.
But no, I'm very interested, and you're interested in selling the projects. So I'm going to move on. And if there's any other questions or discussion, we can certainly, Councilor Martins, revisit the fire item, or if you have anything else, hopefully we can move on here shortly.
Yeah, so if we're getting to the heart of this and having a vote on the main motion?
Yes, as amended. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I do have some comments,
Yeah,
if I
go.
may. Okay, thank you. I want to acknowledge the staff who've worked on this. It's a demanding process, and I appreciate their professionalism. I also want to be clear, there are investments in this budget that I believe in strongly. Additional firefighters, additional police officers, and keeping the lights on in our community. I support these things. My difficulty is that this budget does not distinguish between what we need to have and what is nice to have. And when I look at where the money is going, I have some concerns about our priorities. Under general government, consulting and professional services shows a base of 1.6 million for 2025, increasing each year. When I asked for a breakdown, what these dollars are being spent on, that information was not readily available. That's 1.7 million in spending that I can't scrutinize. Similarly, when I asked about the cost of events like Christmas in Williams Park, staff were not able to provide the number. I did ask that in a meeting last week. But it seems to me that a $100,000 donation directly to the food bank in lieu of this event would be more economical if that's the only reason to run it in these financially challenging times. Meanwhile, our police services, I feel, has been somewhat misrepresented in the documentation, another discussion item that we had at our meeting.
So just Councilor Martins, I'm going to caution you, what do you mean by misrepresented by staff?
I didn't say by staff.
Well, who else is providing you the information that's being misrepresented? So if you could please clarify your comments about what's being misrepresented.
Yeah, the data that's authorized versus actual. The actual numbers were incorrect. And I did have a conversation with staff about it, because it is a gray area, and if I can finish my comments,
It'd be great
it'll
if you
make
could
sense.
characterize it as potentially an error or requiring follow-up. If you could please not characterize it as being misrepresented.
Sure.
Please continue.
The budget presentation suggested that police staffing shortfalls are a major cost driver, but the officer in charge has done an excellent job in filling job vacancies with experienced auxiliary officers at straight time, not overtime, not benefits, not pension. The actual cost picture for RCMP is more nuanced and more favorable than what was presented. The officer in charge was not present in these discussions, so it was difficult to get that information here at the table. What concerns me most is what is not being prioritized. We have infrastructure in critical condition across this township that is not being addressed in this budget. I support hiring firefighters, 44 in 4 years, and I support the RCMP. When departments are being told there's no room in the budget, while we're spending on LED video displays for arenas and stadiums, to me that's a prioritization problem. There's $3 million in scoreboards and screens in a budget that says we can't afford more essential services. I believe this budget prioritizes what is visible over what is vital. And until we have a fiscal responsibility plan that forces us to make those hard choices transparently, I cannot support this spending framework. My vote against this budget is not a vote against firefighters or police. It is a vote for prioritizing what residents actually need: safe roads, reliable infrastructure, and responsible management of public money.
Councilor Richter?
Yeah, I have one more question I'd like to ask, and then I'd like to make a closing statement, I guess, myself. Can the administrator confirm that all figures in Schedule B that's on a table in front of us in this bylaw today are consistent with the draft budget deliberated on February 23rd? And no material changes have been made between the two documents?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, that is correct. There was items that were consolidated but separated in the report to council, either one times, the utilities, etc.
Well, it seems to me in other communities, these consolidated statements end up in front of council before the bylaw stage, or maybe they don't, but I think it's probably good practice for us going forward to have these consolidated statements, like the summary, because I was quite shocked to see that the 2030 numbers jumped from 64 million up to, I think it's, what's it stand at now? 73.65 million. So when you add up the debt, the internal borrowing, and the capital commitments, every household in this township is carrying a significant debt burden. And the questions that residents are going to ask us is real simple, in my opinion, and that is, what's the plan to pay this back? Well, right now, I don't know the answer. I don't think there is a plan. And this is one of the reasons why I'm very glad Councillor Whitmarsh has his motion under J1 that we'll be considering, because it's basically asking staff to start developing exactly the kind of plan that should be accompanying budgets every year. I support a lot of the things that are in this budget, but I cannot vote for a financial plan that does not have a path back to fiscal sustainability. And I don't feel that we have that. And therefore, I'm not going to support this bylaw. Thank you.
Councillor Coates?
Yeah, thank you. So again, I want to just acknowledge the work of our staff on this budget. And I recognize that many projects in this plan serve real community needs. I support our firefighters, our new facilities, and the investments that keep our communities safe and growing. So this is a very difficult decision for me. My concern is really about what this budget has left behind. We have critical infrastructure across the township, unfunded, unprioritized, or simply not addressed, and those are things that affect residents every single day. We all remember when the 40th Avenue culvert collapsed and we had to spend a year detouring through Murrayville to get to where we needed to go. If you look at the amount of items in the transportation capital budget currently unfunded, so many requests ranking critical and high, and I compared it with last year's budget, it's actually almost over double. Bridges in critical condition, road infrastructure that needs urgent attention. We have sidewalk connections needed to keep kids safe when they walk to school. When doing the research in the last, about my water resiliency motion, I learned that the East Aldergrove Reservoir would cause a $48 million fix. That is not being addressed in this budget, and that is a need to have. It's basic infrastructure that delivers clean water to our residents. And that's in the critical category. I appreciate that we need new facilities to meet the demands of our growing community, but we need to make sure we take care of the critical infrastructure our residents depend on so it doesn't crumble beneath us. I'd like to echo also the concerns about the budget process itself. This community did not have an opportunity to weigh in on spending priorities. We did not have public budget consultations. We received a 360-page budget package and were asked to endorse it. I think our residents deserve better. I look forward to supporting the fiscal responsibility plan that Councillor Whitmarsh has proposed under J1. That will give us some framework to make these hard choices transparently. And I just want to be clear, voting against this budget does not mean I oppose the good projects within it. It means I believe we owe our residents a budget that prioritizes critical infrastructure, manages our debt responsibly, and is built through a transparent process. This budget does not meet that standard, and I will be voting against this bylaw.
Councilor Whitmarsh?
Yes, thank you. You know, I really believe in seeing this community grow. I know that our community is growing quickly, and we need to add the necessary infrastructure to see that growth happen. And, you know, I am supportive of public safety and what's happening with our, the expansion of our fire department in terms of personnel, the safety officer that we've talked about tonight already, police, and other areas. We need infrastructure, but we also have a lot of decaying infrastructure, as Councillor Kuntz has already mentioned. And so for me, the fact that this has such significant debt loads, and those debt loads continue to increase every year, the strategy of using internal borrowing to keep taxes down is a strategy that is going to lose its life. It can't keep going that way. And the infrastructure that we need to fix is something that we need to focus on. It's an issue of priorities. It's not an issue about what we want to do or see this community grow. And so, yes, it does make it difficult to support this budget. It's over 500 pages. We've had 2 meetings on it. Today is the first meeting that we're talking about this consolidated document. It's just challenging. The process was difficult and didn't allow for full transparency and for the public. So for me, while I support many of the items in here, the ones that I've mentioned and others, I won't be able to support the budget today.
All right, Councilor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Seeing as we're sort of trending towards the closing statements, I really appreciate the effort that staff have put into this budget, and spoiler alert, I will be voting for it. And part of the reason why I'll be voting for it is because of several of the debt bylaws that have been taken out this term and that are in the long-term financial plan here. And when I think of some of them, I think of facilities renewal loan, or a culvert infrastructure capital program, or civic infrastructure bylaws, which if people and members of council who are talking about how a strategy of borrowing to build is not a real strategy, I would also contend that never raising taxes enough to actually service and repair and upgrade infrastructure that requires it is also not a strategy. And so we are put in this position now where we are playing catch up indefinitely while also getting ahead on other projects. And so you really can do both. And so for, you know, the conversation to revolve around items of infrastructure that may have failed that probably shouldn't have failed if previous councils had done their job and actually invested in these items when they should have been invested in, we wouldn't be sitting here today debating it like we are. I ran for council for a very specific reason, and that was to make sure that council is moving ahead, that community members who are going to live here in decades to come, hopefully my kids and grandkids, will not be dealing with the same issues of continuously playing catch up, of being conditioned to believe that we do not deserve nice things, that we always have to be behind the 8 ball in this town. And that's why I ran for council. That's why I'm here. That's why I will be supporting this budget. There was not one amendment made to remove anything from this bylaw, to make it a little bit more amenable. There was no amendment made to actually put in these very worthwhile projects that are supposedly not included. And so we can very easily make Facebook posts and very easily make speeches here, or in the words of some, pontificate here. But the reality is, we are doing what needs to be done, and I'm proud of it. And I look forward to having this debate over the next little while, and I'm looking forward to forever really being proud of what we've done here on this term, during this term, and on this council. So with that, I will be very proudly supporting this budget.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank staff, all staff, and from the union to the exempt staff, to our senior staff, to all the people that work in this community. Because I have I can't remember ever voting against a single budget, and the many times I've worked with budgets. Yes, they've always been a challenge. Yes, we've always had long, lengthy, in fact, one day I'm going to bring my binder to Councillor Whitmarsh. I think it's about 20,000 pages. Pardon me, not 20,000 pages, 20,000 entries. And, depends on if you want to go from the pencil all the way up to the liquid waste plant. We did have a liquid waste plant of our own at one time. We vote for a budget to pay our staff. Whether they're fire, police, whether they work in engineering, park and rec, or exempt employees, the list goes on and on. That's what the budget is. And for me to say, well, I don't like one part of the budget or one part of this or that. So I really like what you guys do, but I'm not going to support a budget that's going to pay you. You're not going to be paid because I don't believe the budget process. Now, I talked about we are one of the cheapest taxes in the whole region. That's down. That's staff put together a report for us. If you don't want things like libraries, if you don't want things like playing fields, if you don't want senior center, if you don't want roads, then don't vote for us. I mean, gee whiz. You've got it, it's a democratic system, right? So, but if you do want, if you want a plan for the future, if you want your kids from cradle to the kids young at heart, if you want service for them, you got to build them. And I actually think that Langley Township is the envy of the region. You don't have to go very far. I mean, to the credit of the school district, they're probably building the largest secondary school in the whole province. Hundreds of millions of dollars. We're putting together many other projects. I mean, that's just me. If you don't believe in this type of system, then that's fine. But this is the way it works. The 5-year program has always been mandated by the province. So I will be proudly voting for this budget, as I voted for many, many other budgets in the past, because that's what we're paid to do. We're paid to govern. We're paid to pay people their wages. Thank you.
Oh. Yeah. I guess I look at things a lot different than some people in that, and I see that we are dealing with critical issues that have arisen because of neglect in the past. And I'm glad someone brought up 40th Avenue, because had it been dealt with properly in the first atmospheric river, then we wouldn't have been dealing with that. Just like many others, just like the bridge that collapsed on 248th that was never dealt with properly. And I also want to look at, I'm very proud that the vast majority of the money that we've done has in operating has gone towards public safety. And I'll point towards when we came in at the end of 22, the firefighters didn't have a contract. It expired at the end of 2019. That's not taking care of your firefighters. I walked through the police detachment, and it was so badly neglected that they had to redo the security systems and other systems in there that we can't really talk about, because it was putting at risk cases. That's not caring about the police. Okay, we're sitting there looking at debt, and they talk about what you want and what you need. Well, I look at that very differently. Social need. Had we not built the LEC 20 years ago, what would be the venue for enjoying it like we did for 20 years? What's the cost of not supplying sports and activities to children like we've been doing socially? If you don't keep them busy, it's proven that they will find something to keep it busy, and they will be vulnerable to gang recruitment and other things like that. I look at debt comes up all the time, and who here has ever bought a house with cash? Who here has ever bought or started a business with cash? You incur debt to do that kind of stuff. And I want to look at right now, the interest rate, which is say 4.5 that you're paying, versus the inflation rate and the cost of materials going up. If we went to build the 5 ranks now, see what the price increase would be. If we went to buy the fire vehicles that we bought a couple of years ago, that's a couple $1 million more now, plus the $880,000 that we save by paying up front. Plus, we've now got vehicles coming in when there's a 4-year drag. That's what this borrowing money, it doesn't just borrow money to fritter away. It borrows money for assets. It borrows money for lasting things in the future for fire. Okay, police, we're building on there. When we came in, you want to talk about safety? How about talking about the safety of the civilian staff that is in the police building? There is no fencing. They walk out in the dark to their cars when it is supposed to be mandated by the RCMP that all their vehicles are safe. There's vehicles being vandalized out there because there's no fencing. Well, we're putting in place fencing, but first we had to deal with the internal security stuff. That's dealt with now. Now we're dealing with a capital project in there that will benefit the health and safety and welfare of the police officers and the civilian staff in there. And then we can finally get to protecting, especially the civilian staff when they're going to their cars and all that kind of stuff. Don't talk to me about not getting to critical things. We've been dealing with critical things that have been ignored. Like a 15-minute response time, 15 to 20-minute response time in Brookswood that is now going to go, not only go down to 4 to 6 minutes, which are industry standards, but there's over 100 people that are going to benefit from cheaper insurance rates because that hall's being built to the highest standard probably in British Columbia. Incredibly proud of that building. I'm also incredibly proud that it's not just being built like Hall 2 was 20 years ago, not to accommodate career, so you're not looking at firefighter stuff there. This will accommodate firefighters 2.5 crews for up to 40 or 50 years from now. That's what this borrowing has done, has accomplished. Not only capital assets that people forget about when you're mentioning the debt, but it also has negated an awful lot of the increased costs in the supply chain and all the other things. I am proud to support this budget. And yeah, have we got to everything? No. Even talking about frivolous things like score clocks, go and ask the Bandits if that's frivolous. Go ask the Vancouver FC if that's frivolous. Go ask the Vancouver Giants if that's frivolous, because those are all things that bring people in to, and especially the hospitality industry in Langley benefit greatly from doing those. These are not frivolous things. And I look at things differently. Sports are vital for the welfare of children, and I'll support that all the time, and I'm proud to support this budget.
Okay, so now that everybody's done, I'm going to have a few comments. Respect everybody's opinion and their right to vote accordingly, but obviously I disagree strongly. And, you know, been on council now, this will be my 8th budget, potentially my last budget. And I have never sort of seen some of this commentary in 8 years. The one thing that seemed to have transcended politics until today was the budget. Very disappointing to see this and hear this. You know, to hear about video screens. The person raising that voted in favor of that expenditure. You can't make this stuff up. And so 40th Avenue last term was a result of a chronic neglect of infrastructure by the previous 2 councils before that failure, not this one. We've been playing catch up on a significant liability ignored for 10 years by the previous groups. The Elder Grove reservoirs are underway. The priority has been the Strawberry Reservoir. If you recall, which of course you probably don't, there were a significant expenditure to extend the life of the Alder Grove reservoirs, to buy time for that expenditure, which was then put towards the Strawberry Reservoir in Walnut Grove, which is underway with this council. You know, I could go on and on and on about, you know, what's in the budget. And I think I'll do that maybe at a later date, because I am a bit caught off guard, because again, as I've said, until today, the budget was something that you had to do, as Councillor Ferguson said. Not one amendment to address anything. Taking something out, replacing something, making an adjustment. One amendment that wasn't even done right. Not one amendment to address any of these concerns. So I do feel that this is politics at its worst. We have been asking for ideas for years, getting none. And it strikes me today that this is exactly what Councillor Whitmarsh said at the evening that he won the by-election. He was joining council to join a group to oppose. Not make any ideas, not solve problems, but to oppose. And I think that's obviously what we're seeing here today. I think if we're one vote shy of finishing and initiating major projects, it's pretty scary if you think about it. Finishing an athletic park for 3,000 students, finishing an arena, proceeding with the Strawberry Reservoir. Who knows what anyone stands for here except for us, because we're the only ones standing up for what we stand for. We're voting for the budget, and thank goodness we are. But there would be no budget. We'd have to have the province come and do it for us. We have so many issues throughout the community, from infrastructure issues and so on. And I do reject wholeheartedly that you cannot say you support public safety while you vote against adding 16 firefighters to staff a new fire hall to provide the same level of service to Brookswood Fernridge. It just doesn't make any sense. You cannot say you support solving infrastructure issues when you vote against major infrastructure projects that are funded in the budget. You cannot say that these are all great projects, but I don't identify which ones I would take out, and then I vote against the budget which funds them. So I think this is, in fact, politics at its worst. And we tend to see that from time to time, and I think we're seeing that here today. It's easy to vote against a budget and come up reasons and, you know, lack of transparency while, you know, people were removing the outdoor Fort Langley pool in closed meetings, not telling anyone. But we're being lectured by those people about transparency. It's ludicrous. Not one suggestion of any merit that I can think of. And meanwhile, you can do that when you know that there's 5 other people on council that are going to do the responsible thing and vote in favor of the budget, which moves the community forward. So I think I'll have more to say at final adoption. I think it is really sad to see this when, in fact, we have a group that is just here to oppose. And I think that there couldn't be any clearer than it is right at this moment to not vote for firefighters, not vote for RCMP members, not vote for bylaw officers, not vote for the RCMP contract, which is downloaded from Ottawa, not vote for infrastructure projects, and not vote to advance this community forward, to vote in favor of all the debt bylaws and then vote against the budget because of debt is absurd. And so I find this to be very disappointing. And I think I'll use one last example. If this opposition group was in charge of this council 20 years ago, the LEC wouldn't exist. And I'm going to leave it there. And I'm going to call the question on G1 as amended. That carries with Councillor Kuntz, Councillor Martins, Councillor Richter, and Councillor Whitmarsh opposed. So we're going to move on to H1, Amenity Cost Charges Bylaw. What's your point of order, Councillor Richter?
It's been quite a while since we've had a break.
Yes, it has been, I think. Yeah, privilege. It's been a few hours, so we'll take a recess and we'll reconvene here at 6:05. Okay, so get back underway. Item H1, amenity cost charges bylaw. I'll move the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any questions or discussion on H1? Councillor Martins.
Yeah, thank you. So I just have a couple questions here. So upon adoption of the bylaw, what happens to our interim policy regarding community amenity contributions? Will voluntary amenity contributions continue to be negotiated alongside these rates, or does this replace the interim policy?
This bylaw were adopted. It has no impact on the CAC policy.
No impact, so it's potentially they could both be occurring side by side? Okay. Okay, next question. Given that the ACC bylaw removes 144 million in debt from the amenity cost calculations because of the provincial rules that prohibit including pre-adoption costs, we have 79 million borrowed from reserves for the arena and Smith Athletic Park that can't be repaid through the ACCs. Can staff confirm what revenue source will be used to repay the internal borrowing and timeline?
Your worship, to Councillor Martins, that would be either through the, right now we've used internal borrowing for those items, but we would either have review our reserves, or it could be general revenue, or through the CSE reserves or interim voluntary amenity contribution policy.
Okay, so
Or other options that arise from time to time.
Okay, so I'm hearing there was reserves or general revenue, which is property tax, or other? Do we have an idea what the other is?
Other options that may arise from time to time. I don't have any additional information at this time, Mr. Cooner. I believe that's where it stands. Right now, considering the ACC bylaw, we're not considering the CAC program.
No, I was just wondering how we're going to pay that shortfall. So, okay, that's fair.
But we certainly would probably do that through a budget bylaw.
So I'm just going to carry on. So the other question I have for staff, is there any reason we can't adopt the final as well at today's meeting? I think there's a procedural reason. If I could just ask staff to weigh in on that.
Through your worship, to Councillor Martins, we would need one clear business day.
Sorry?
Through your worship, to Councillor Martins, we would need one clear business day to adopt final. This is not a rezoning or rezoning application bylaw, so this would we would need one clear business day to adopt final.
Okay, so the earliest opportunity to do so would be our next council meeting?
Through your worship, to Councillor Martins, that's correct.
Okay, can I make a request that it be included in the agenda? This just seems to be dragging on for quite a while, so I'm hoping that we can just get this done and dusted.
I believe that's happening automatically if this were approved by council, Mr. Cooner.
Unless directed otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you.
But of course, when final adoption comes back, council could defer or refer at that time.
That is correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I hope we don't defer or refer, like I said. I think this has been going on long enough.
If that were to be moved and seconded, I presume you'll vote against that. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, the report notes that in-stream applications account for approximately 165 million in potential revenue under the voluntary amenity contribution framework. Can staff confirm how many in-stream applications are currently being processed and what the aggregate voluntary contributions are projected to be?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, the assumption is all applications are being processed. That would include just active applications.
Okay, so the Willoughby Community Center was added at an estimated 250 million to maintain the ACC rates. What stage of planning is this facility at, and when is it anticipated to proceed? And have we got any other planned things that we've talked about, like the performing center and the new school? Can they be included in under this ACC?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, the Willowbrook Community Center, it's at very early stages. We just have rough costs estimated, used, and that have been included. With respect to the Langley Events Concert and Performance Hall, that's included in the ACC bylaw.
Okay.
That's on page 11, I believe.
And I understand that there was a ruling on the previous CAC and that's being appealed. Do we know the current status of that appeal? And whether or not this new bylaw operates on a fundamentally different legal basis?
Your worship, Councillor Richter, that's an item for closed.
Well, I think the appeal is a matter of public record, isn't it?
To your
You
worship,
asked about the status of the appeal, and Mr. Cooner is correct. As you well know, that's an item for closed.
Okay. All right. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, just wanted to clarify maybe the comment you made, Your Worship, on that we would continue to have the voluntary amenity charges and the ACC if the ACC was to be adopted.
Mr. Cooner?
Is that correct? We'd have both?
to your
That's
worship,
correct.
Councillor, that is correct.
Okay, because, yeah, just understanding when I had read on the, on provincial government website about ACCs and what they're doing, they say that it typically replaces CACs. That's the normal pattern.
That's
So
not a
I'm
requirement.
wondering if we're doing something unique or different, or?
Yeah, it's not a requirement, though. ACCs are an optional tool for local government to consider.
Okay, so how would it work with a developer coming? Would they pay both? And would they have one they negotiate and one they'd have to pay on an ACC? Or how would that actually be operationalized?
Yeah, Mr. Cooner?
To your worship, Councillor Whitmarsh, as highlighted in the report, there's several in-stream applications. Those applications can proceed forward and they would fall under the interim voluntary amenity contribution. Those applications can provide on a negotiated case-by-case basis voluntary amounts that may in line with the ACC bylaw, but they're not actually falling under the ACC bylaw itself. They could use those figures, so the policy will still continue. And if there's items with respect to bonus density, as we don't have a density bylaw brought forward yet for council's consideration, they can still potentially fall under the interim voluntary amenity contribution, and then the bonus density and the amenity package that potentially may be presented or negotiated will then fall under that item, and council then that item would be proposed.
Okay, so that's for in-stream applications, but I guess I'm wondering about once this ACC policy is adopted, and then we have new
Excuse me,
applications.
Councillor Whitmarsh, if it's adopted.
Yeah, I know, that's what I said.
You said when.
Okay, we'll go with if. If it's adopted and we have new applications come forward, will they then also be required to have both types of amenity charges?
To your worship, to Councillor Whitmarsh, if the ACC bylaw is adopted and it's a new application and falls under the ACC bylaw, they would pay for under the ACC bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
If it's adopted.
Mr. Cooner said that.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a follow-up question based on what Councillor Whitmarsh just referenced. Do the developers know that there's probably going to be both a CAC, a voluntary CAC, as well as an ACC in this community?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, I believe it's highlighted in the report. The report's been publicly available for several months, and I believe there's been consultation with UDI as well and the public. And I believe there was several open houses and virtual information sessions.
Okay, and did UDI have a position on it? Do they think two is okay? Or both are okay?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, I off the top of my head, I don't know if they had an issue with a specific item. I don't know if that was discussed, so it's hard to comment on that specific question.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no discussion, I'll call the question on H1. That carries with Councillor Bailey opposed. Bylaws for final adoption, official community plan amendment, rezoning application number 100246. Bylaw number 5957, 5958. Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Rent. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, just a question again, like back to the amenity contribution. Was this application, when this was done, was this under the old CAC policy?
To your worship to Councillor Whitmarsh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no discussion, call the question on I-1. That carries unanimously. Get a motion to adopt development permit, to approve development permit 101460. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Rent. Any discussion? No. Call the question on development permit 101. Now we need Councillor Pratt and Councillor, on the development permit. That carries unanimously. Get a motion to adopt development variance permit number 101156, moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. That carries unanimously. Councillor Whitmarsh, item J1.
Yes. Thank you.
There we go.
Just confirm with 5 minutes to present the motion, is that right?
If people want to have more leeway, but if people are going to start calling points of order on it, then I'll enforce it. But if people won't, then you feel free to take more time if you need it. I've not done it until today. But if people are going to call points of order again, then we'll do it for everyone.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'd like to bring up the motion that was deferred from last meeting. Thank you to, I think, Ms. Bauer for putting this up on the screen. I wanted to walk through it. There seemed to, last meeting, there was some confusion of what I was trying to bring forward, so I thought I would help to clarify that with a slide deck that I'll talk to, and I'll try to do it as concise as I can. And so the motion, as you can see, will go on. Yeah, thank you for moving that forward. That's great. Just context, we have passed the budget tonight, and I'm not going to speak necessarily about that, but I am going to say that these are some of the factors. This comes from BC Stats or our own township documents, and as I've expressed many times at this table, our debt load is significant, and there are significant concerns around the debt. There's lots of good things happening in our community, but we do have debt to manage, and our financial position has been impacted through the decisions that have been made. So if we move on to the next slide, this is the motion that we brought last day, and where there was some misunderstanding or confusion as to what I was trying to talk about. And there were suggestions it was on the fly. This was not a motion that was made on the fly. It was thought through, and it was felt that we needed something to really look at the particular budget situation that we're in and look at something. This is not a budget document. This is a planning document, and a document that would be helpful. We have lots of planning documents in this community. We talked about transportation mobility planning document today. And so thinking of something similar around our financial fiscal responsibility plan. So there's the 4 items that we have there right now. So if we go to the next slide, thank you, Ms. Bauer. So the first one is a debt reduction framework. I'll just quickly read the points that I'm interested in, and I know the motion isn't supporting every one of these statements. It is the 4, but this is what I'm trying to help us to get to. It's to set clear, measurable goals for reducing the township's debt load with annual and multi-year milestones that council can actually track. Define principal reduction benchmarks alongside debt to revenue ratios that the township is targeting, and map a path back to financial strength with annual reports on progress against targets. That's the debt reduction portion of the motion. The third, next one, is around reserve replenishment. And so this year we're transferring $34.4 million drawn from reserves. That is up from the $29 million the year before and 18 the year before, or 2 years before that. And so what I would like us to do is to have staff deliver an audit and to audit current reserve balances versus policy targets, identify funds that are below minimum thresholds. Number two, develop a structured plan to rebuild reserves that have been drawn down, ensuring financial resilience for future needs. And three, establish a minimum reserve floor policy with annual reports to track reserve health. Number three on his document. Sorry, the next slide. The next way. Thank you. Number three is a revenue diversification plan. And so currently we rely 62.1% from taxes of our revenue. And looking at is there other revenue strategies? And I know that I don't know all of them, what they could be. And so I'm asking staff to think about what those could be. And so asking us to survey revenue strategies used by comparable municipalities beyond property taxes and DCCs. Number two, to explore and document the full range of revenue options available to municipalities. And number three, produce a prioritized list of diversification recommendations with revenue potential, implementation complexity, and timelines for council consideration. And the last one on the is to look at the economic contingency plan and looking at our debt service room. And I know this number changes and can fluctuate, but it was 43 million in 2022. It's 24 million in 2025, and now we're moving to 11 million. So it's not going in the direction that we would prefer to see. And so it's to develop a refined response strategy for if development revenues fall short. Because we're asking, this plan depends a lot on development. And so what happens if they fall short? I'm not saying they are. I can't predict the future, but what happens if they do? And so suggesting that we model fiscal scenarios for economic slowdowns of 25%, 50%, and 75% below current projections. And number three, define automatic trigger conditions that prompt council review. So is there things that would cause us to review and take a step back and look at what we're doing? Possibly 2 consecutive quarters below DCC revenue targets. That's just obviously just a suggestion. So the last slide that I'll say, and then I'll wrap up my introduction to this motion, and that is that this is a plan. It's not about implementing anything. It's not about going forward. It's about building a plan for how we're going to manage our debt. It's no different than we would do in our personal finances when we take on debt. And I appreciate, yes, I had to take a mortgage to buy my home, but I have a plan in place of how I'm going to pay that off. And so this does not require additional budget for us to do this. It gives residents a public commitment on how we manage the debt. And so I think that's important. It would have been helpful to know had we had something like this even before we had to pass the budget, but we're doing it the other way around today. And to turn fiscal responsibility from a talking point into an accountable process. What is the process we can use for this? Now, it's not common that a lot of municipalities have these kinds of plans because, of course, in municipalities, we're expected to stay within our budget and not take on debt, or not go into debt on operations side of things. And so it's not as common. However, we have some real examples that are in our area. When the city of Vancouver faced significant financial challenges as a result of hosting the Olympic Games, they put in a very specific plan of how they were going to get around debt and manage the debt from the Olympics. It turned into selling some of the Olympic housing that they had created and creating a model around that. That wasn't the plan when they started the Olympics, but it was the plan when they ran into significant debt. We had a similar issue in White Rock where they ran into problems with their failing infrastructure, and they moved to a model of maintenance, a maintenance model in their community while they built up and supported their infrastructure that they had to spend a lot of money on. Other communities have done it, and so what I'm asking for is that we put together a long-term fiscal responsibility plan of how we're going to do it, and in some cases we already know how we're going to do it, and that'll be great. We can put it in the budget, or not in the budget, sorry, in the plan. And other things we have to figure out. So that's my motion, and hopefully that helps to explain some of the points better.
Record time.
Councilor Richter?
Thank you. I just had some questions through you to staff, Mr. Mayor. The 2026 to 2030 financial plan that was just approved, as Councillor Whitmarsh noted, does include significant revenue from development fees and amenity contributions. Can staff advise what happens to our reserve replenishment and debt servicing schedule if those projections come in materially below target?
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, the projections for 2027 to 2030 are extremely conservative, and that's why council is seeing the significant tax increase for those years anticipated as we remove for 2027 all the debt servicing from the reserve, and hence the figure is in 2027 is at large. We review every year, so it's extremely conservative and method we use every time we do our 5-year financial plan.
Okay. I don't think we started this term thinking we were going to run into the issues that we've come across with the economy and also developer costs and them just choosing not to proceed if the numbers don't make sense to them, which I don't blame them. But do we have a contingency plan for a development slowdown scenario? Because I think this might be what this motion is asking for, and based on what Councillor Whitmarsh just went through.
Mr. Cooner, do you have any comments?
To your worship to Councillor Richter, we just review receipts and items and update council, and that's as part of the annual budget process, we review items. I don't we don't anticipate any other options with respect to contingency planning, whether it's either we don't anticipate receiving those revenues as we have in our 5-year financial plan, and we'll review items year by year and based on the receipts we receive. And the options are either looking at reviewing services or general taxation as well.
Okay. My last question is, we learned from the ACC discussion that basically the province is preventing community amenity cost charges from funding the repayment of internal debt, and we've got 79 million of it. So the question remains, what source will repay these reserves and on what timeline? So in other words, are we going to have to resort to taxes if the revenues don't come in from development or other sources?
But your worship to Council Richter, potentially that's the general revenue is always an option.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Bauer, as singular speakers, I've got a series of amendments. Ms. Bauer, if you could bring them up, please. It's the first one. Right now, the staff be directed to develop a long-term fiscal responsibility plan. I think that's a rather unfortunate name to declare the long-term financial plan to be irresponsible. So I think it's appropriate to amend that and change that to report to council with the potential process and funding that may be required to consider long-term projections and schedules. Second by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, just seeing here for the first time, so I'm looking at it and this isn't really it's different than what I'm asking for. It's looking at a process and how we're going to fund it when we consider long-term projections and schedules. That isn't quite what I'm looking for, but maybe you could help to explain why you don't like the previous term and why this you like better.
I think it's challenging when staff be directed to develop a plan. So I think it's appropriate that council get a report to council on such a significant work item before endorsing it. I know you've made claims that it won't cost anything, but I'd like to get that verified.
Oh.
That's the intent of the amendment.
Oh, so this amendment is to say, let's find out from staff what this would cost to do a
Report to
fiscal
council,
responsibility
so
plan.
rather than directing them to develop it, whatever this long-term thing is, this thing here is, this amendment, I think, clarifies a more standard process that we've seen in the past, that it's a report to council with a potential process and funding that may be required.
Okay,
Not amending the remainder yet. So
you.
this is a step in between, I think, to identify and verify what that process might look like to develop this plan. All right, Councillor Martins.
Yeah, if I could ask, Mr. Mayor, you're substituting the phrase "be directed to develop a long-term fiscal responsibility plan to conclude" with the new quote, but there's a period at the end, not a colon. So what I'm wondering is, are you taking the 4 bullet points out as well? And, yeah, like
No, it's changing the quoted portion, be directed to develop a long-term fiscal responsibility plan to include, to be a report to council with the potential process and funding that may be required to consider longer-term projections and schedules, with the colon remaining.
Okay, but you've taken out the words "to include."
That's correct.
So you're not including these 4 bullet points.
Yes, they are included. So it'll read as it is there on the screen, report to council with the funding potential process required to consider the longer-term projections and schedules with a colon, and then list them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the key difference here between what was proposed by Councillor Whitmarsh and I think we would get a report back to staff or from staff in any event.
No, not in any event. That's not what the filed motion says.
And also, last meeting, didn't we have a long discussion about, well, isn't the long-term fiscal responsibility plan the 5-year framework, financial plan? I recall that discussion occurring in the meeting.
Are you asking a question about the amendment? I'm not following.
Well, I don't understand the need for this amendment, I guess. I'm sorry.
Okay. So we'll call a question on the amendment. That carries with Councillor Martins, Councillor Richter, Councillor Whitmarsh opposed. So Ms. Bauer, if you could please bring up the second one. That reserve replenishment schedule will be changed to target balances for applicable reserves as may or may not be required. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Yeah, Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering about the word applicable. Who defines applicable? Why not just have target balances for reserves as may or may not be required?
Yeah, I think applicable is trying to capture that there's a lot of reserves that are self-funded, like non-refundable deposits. There's quite a few within the utilities that are, overflow from revenue. There's a number of reserves that I believe that are carrying on, that do just carry on, like non-refundable deposits. So this is being more specific and providing some leeway to staff in a report.
Okay, I mean, I just think the word applicable could be, I'm not sure. It can be used in a good way. It can also be abused. So I'm just wondering if there's a different way to describe the reserves that are connected to our operating budget, our capital budget.
Well, that would be every reserve.
Well, then I guess that makes sense, doesn't it? Because it's about fiscal responsibility and managing our operating and capital budgets.
But are you
So-
concerned about the non-refundable deposit reserve for tree replacement? So I think this is trying to, you know.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, so you're not. So we're trying to, I think, hone it down and give staff in the report an outline of suggestions about which reserves are generating concern, which you can review at that time.
Okay.
All right, Councilor Richter?
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one either, because to me, a reserve replenishment schedule is way more specific than target balances for applicable reserves. So I have a question for the mover of the motion. Does this amendment reflect the intent that you had when you put the motion forward?
Go ahead, Councilor Whitmarsh.
Oh, sorry,
You were asked a question by Councilor Richter.
sorry. If you could repeat the question, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was,
So-
you're asking to the.
Unfortunately, both of your mics can't be on at the
No,
same
no,
time,
I'm
so that's what I-
asking Councillor Whitmarsh. I understand what a reserve replenishment schedule is. I'm not sure I understand target balances for applicable reserves that may or may not be required. What that means, and therefore, to you, the original mover of the motion that's being amended now, does this capture your intent, this wording?
I mean, the process to capture that would be a call point of order and ask for a ruling from the chair.
No, I don't think
Councillor
so.
Whitmarsh,
I'm just asking him for clarity.
Well,
Because to me, if it was my motion, I'd say, like, this doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, well,
But
it's a motion of council now that it's on the floor, Councilor Richter. Is there anything else?
Okay.
All right, so we'll carry on. So we'll call the question on that amendment. That carries with Councilor Martins, Councilor Richter, Councilor Whitmarsh opposed. Yeah, just so everybody's aware, once a motion is on the floor, it is a motion of council. It belongs to no one member of council. Ms. Bauer, if you could please bring up the third one. Yep, that revenue diversification plan be changed to revenue diversification options as other municipalities have explored. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councilor Wren. Is there any discussion or questions on that? Yep, Councilor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I appreciate that we want to look at what other municipalities have explored, but I'm wondering, I don't know, I don't have an answer, but I'm wondering if there might be some that we could explore that other municipalities aren't doing.
Yeah, there's a
that we
pretty good
could explore.
report out of Vancouver done by Mayor Sim and a committee they held, which I think captures, a lot. They went through a lot of this process that led to zero means zero after raising taxes 23%. But they went through a process. They have a very good report. And in there, I think they've covered, a lot of what the options are for municipalities. So I think it'd be appropriate to have this captured, have that inform it. And again, when you get the report to council, if you're looking for an expanded work plan, you could look at it at that time. They, the Mayor Ken Sim and ABC, they were basically came up with a list of potential options such as for-profit rental housing, selling sponsorship to parks, and all kinds of things, which I assume is what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think those are all helpful, and I think certainly the start is to look at what other municipalities have done, but I wouldn't want it limited to what other municipalities have done.
Great, and again, I think it's hard to have staff go on an expedition. I think it's appropriate to get the report, see what some obvious ideas are, and if you're looking for others, and definitely if you're looking to provide sponsorship for parks, that'll certainly be an option in the report for you to consider.
All right, thank you.
All right, any just questions? Call the question on that amendment. And that carries unanimously. And then, Ms. Bauer, number 5, I think it's appropriate to add a second report as an amendment to the first report. That's number 5 I'm looking for. Oh, is there another one still? Go up to, sure. Oh, yes, there is one more. Sorry about that. Number 4, that a contingency plan for if development slows be changed to revenue implications for if development slows or future councils decide to forego amenity revenues. Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on that? Yeah, Councillor Richter?
Again, I'm not understanding the replacement wording, why it's necessary. Can you perhaps explain?
It expands it a little bit to some other concerns around revenue implications that are, I think, appropriate to add to the report. If you do not, then you would vote against it.
Yes, I know how to vote, Mr. Mayor.
Great. So we'll call the question on that amendment. That carries unanimously. So now I think it's going to add an amendment to this one to ask for a second report separate from this process that is related. That staff report to council with the following summaries. Number 1, the community amenity contributions foregone by not implementing a program until 2018, and a summary of the nature of the program implemented versus other alternatives that were not. Number 2, the development cost charges revenues foregone by not amending the program for a period of almost 10 years from 2011 with appropriate recommendations. Number 3, cost escalations related to 208th Street and other roadworks, significant capital projects and land acquisitions given multi-year delays by previous councils, and property tax increases from 2011 to 2026 relative to inflation. So move. Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Yeah, Councillor Richter?
Okay, this is just punitive, and it's hitting on past councils who are no longer here to defend their positions of what they did, and besides which, they obviously can't bind future councils because they sure haven't bound this one. So I don't think this punitive terminology is necessary at all. And I think this is just creating additional work for staff when here we are in 2026 and we have to get on with the process of trying to come to grips with the debt. And if this goes in, I don't think I can support the amended version, because I just think this is way unnecessary.
Yeah, I respect that opinion, and I thank you for it. I think it's appropriate if we're going to be analyzing the debt plan, as Councillor Whitmarsh is looking for, that we also review what required the debt in the first place. And if you don't feel that that's appropriate, then I would assume.
No, because
Councillor
when,
Richter, I'm talking, I'm sorry, your mic should have been off. I think that that's fine. I mean, I appreciate that. I think it's appropriate to review what led to the need for the debt in the first place for a number of these projects, such as major roadworks and other reasons why external debt is being leveraged in the reason that it is, and the hundreds of millions of dollars that were left on the table by previous councils. I think it's appropriate at this point to have that in writing for council. Councillor Martins.
Thank you. I can't speak to what's in the mind of the original mover, but my understanding of this plan, as was laid out in the presentation, is looking at not just the current situation, but trying to understand a path forward. We can't undo what's happened in the past, and I feel that this is just, frankly, it's political theater, because the tasking work to staff to come up with all of this information is to try and make a point about people who sat in these seats before us, and I don't think it's actually productive to trying to figure out a path forward. And yeah, so I'm not going to support this amendment. I think it's quite mean-spirited and unnecessary.
Yeah, no, I suspected that would be some of the responses to something like this, because I think it is obvious what the numbers are going to show. And obviously, some members of this council don't want them. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I would only have two real comments on this. I subscribe to the idea that if you don't learn from your past, you're doomed to repeat it. And I'd like to understand fully why we got into this situation. And if we're talking about making this political theater, putting your campaign colors on the last slide of your presentation might just be that.
Yep. Councillor Kuntz, go ahead.
So, let's just kind of go down memory lane here a little bit. When a person puts forward a motion or a notice of motion, and it depends on what side of the table you're on, whether, it get butchered or however you want to call this. But, yeah, this is just, I can't support this particular slide. I'm trying my best to be open-minded with some of the amendments that you're putting forward here, and then this just one comes up, and I'm like, okay, here we go again. So, yeah, I won't be supporting this.
Again, I totally respect that and understand it. We obviously disagreed last term on voting and to widen 208th Street when it was a cheaper option to do so. And so I respect that, and I respect your opinion here today. I disagree that we obviously cannot ignore what led to the massive infrastructure deficit that we're dealing with, what led to DCCs not being increased for a decade while housing prices tripled, not implementing a CAC program for 20 years after other municipalities have done so, despite adding 45 to 50,000 residents. These are, I think, important things to do if you're going to focus on, the situation that you perceive today and perhaps a lack of understanding of how it's going to be paid for. I respect that, but I also don't respect the desire to not get the information that obviously led to some of these needs to provide significant infrastructure, to provide an athletic park for 3,000 students and a way to get there. To provide a sidewalk connection to get to Willoughby Elementary High School from townhouses on the other side. So, there's all these backs and forths that could go on. If you want to report about what you deem to be fiscally irresponsible, then let's talk about fiscal irresponsibility. Councillor Bailey?
So I'm a little confused because constantly we hear at this table that people want more information and all that kind of stuff. And because I am a first-term councillor, I want to find out, why are we in the situation we are? And this addresses that kind of stuff. And I don't understand when people are sitting at the council table threatening to go to the media, thinking that's not mean-spirited, or that's not in the efforts towards collaboration, or all the other things I hear come out of that person's mouth. And then when we talk about political theater, really, Councillor Pratt beat me to the punch with the colors of the campaign, and everything we've seen come out of certain councillors here has been nothing but political theater. So if you don't want to have politics played only on one side, okay, please, this is politics of information on why we have so many critical infrastructure problems, because it wasn't funded. I want to know why it wasn't funded, how much wasn't it funded, and especially I want to see what the cost implications of not incurring the debt, number 3 there, would be if we finally got around to doing it tomorrow. Okay, so I think this is very relative, and everyone keeps popping up talking about property tax increases to pay hypothetical downturns and all that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do the doom and gloom stuff like people are. I went to the UDI and I listened to them, and they're looking at ways to go forward, not to go backwards, and not to sit on their hands and do anything. So I am strongly in support of this.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I think that, for one of those people who sat at some of those councils, I think I would even have a problem going back to 2002, because you never know, there might be some things that have happened during those times to which we have done. And obviously, things like the event center was built there, McLeod Athletic Park was improved. There's been a number of other all-weather fields. There's been and things we might have missed on. And, nobody is perfect. But as, it's been said already, we can learn from the past, we can improve from the past, and we can move up in the future. And I'm a big believer that, let's look and see what we did. Let's see how we can do things better and move forward. So I wouldn't even mind going back to 2002. But anyway, that's just my comments. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, interesting points brought up here on this this idea. First of all, these are the colors of the township of Langley, so that's actually what I was thinking. I never really thought about anything other than that. But so I think politicizing it is not coming from this side of the table. But you know what? For me, this isn't about blaming anyone. This is about looking forward. I think it's clear in our numbers that we have taken on significant debt, and we've already debated around this table last meeting and this meeting.
Yeah, Councillor Whitmarsh, could you speak to the amendment? And then if you wish to speak to the motion as amended, that would be no problem. If you could please speak to the amendment.
Well, I was, but this amendment, you know what? If people on council feel more comfortable by going back and blaming others for why we got to where we got to, I don't really care. I think we should go back to 2002. Maybe we should go back to 1965 or 70 and see what people did. And we could go right through and see what happened. It doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me at all. If you want to go and look through and find things and identify it, that's fine. The reality is, this whole point is about the future. It's about what do we do with it? And I think all of us at this table are probably want to make sure that we are fiscally responsible. I don't think any one of you will say, let's be fiscally irresponsible. So that's what this plan's about. And so if you want to do this, I have no problem with it. I would support Councillor Ferguson. Let's go back to 2002 or 2000, or let's make it 25 years. Let's make the last 25 years and go from there.
All right, that's not the motion on the floor, but I appreciate the comments, so I'll call the question on that amendment. That carries with Councillor Richter and Councillor Whitmarsh opposed. So with that, back to the main motion as amended. Ms. Bauer, I think you can take those down unless there's any other amendments. Yeah, that's great. So back to the main motion as amended. Does anybody else have any other comments? Councillor Whitmarsh. Let's see.
Yeah, so I guess just my comment is that this is, it's not trying to be political. I'm trying to develop a planning document, something that we as a community can look to for how we're going to move forward with the debt that we have. We can debate around the table, and we already have, about whether we think the debt is worth it, whether we should have done these projects or not. And that's not the point of this. The point is, we have the debt. I don't think anyone is here denying that we have the debt. And so this is a plan that we can have for our community so they can see how we plan to pay it off, how we plan to diversify our revenues, what happens if things don't go well or our plan doesn't work quite the way that we think it's going to, if development doesn't work out or whatever. This is just a planning document. It's not a budget document. It shouldn't be political. Everybody should be interested in being fiscally responsible, and I think everybody at this council is interested in being fiscally responsible, and here's the opportunity to do so. And it's an opportunity for us to work together as a council to create something that is helping us to be fiscally responsible and to make sure that our community sees that and knows it and understands it easily. That's what this is about.
Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
So I'm not looking to blame anyone here. And what I'm doing is I'm seeing a very similar question arise, and I'm going to relate it to the North Shore waste plant. People are calling for inquiries to see what happened. Why did that budget go so crazy and that kind of, so they look to the past to learn for the future, to not repeat it with the Iona and that kind of stuff. So I want to look at what didn't work to learn so we don't repeat that in the future. So this isn't about blame, and this isn't about politics. This is about me not having the history of what happened in those years, why we have so much critical infrastructure deficit, as Councillor Kuntz alluded to, and I want to learn, why are we here now? And unless I look back, I can't look forward. with any kind of reliability.
Councillor Ferguson?
I guess I keep coming up to procedural matters, and I don't have my procedural book in front of me, but when a motion is made and seconded, that is owned by the council, not by the person that made that motion. So any amendments or any changes to that motion are at the flavor of the body. Our body is the Township of Langley Council. So to think that, oh, there's changes here or this or that, and that's not the way it works. A motion is put forward, we debate it, and we move, and it's passed, and then you move on. And that's the only thing I can say. There's been some confusion as how this motion was dealt with. The motion was dealt with under our rules and under our policy of the Township of Langley. And that's my only comment.
All right. Councillor Coast?
Yeah, thank you. I guess it's one thing that I've learned this term is how to move on. It's been almost 4 years of these kinds of things, and, I am really hoping that we can move on and that we can actually vote on this. And while I may not be super comfortable with some of the amendments, I did vote for them because I think anything at this point is better than nothing. So I look forward to voting on the matter. Thank you.
Councillor Richter?
Well, I think that this revised motion isn't looking forward and trying to get a way out of the debt that has escalated dramatically in this township over the last 4 years. However, and I also don't think scapegoating is appropriate to be using this motion for. And as much as I hate some of the weasel words that are now in this amended motion, I'm going to hold my nose and support it because we need to get out of the mess that we're in now, and we have to have a way to do it.
Yeah, so appreciate all the comments. I obviously support the amended version. I thought the idea had some merit. We've been chatting about it. I think I've asked staff about the idea a couple times over the years. For me, the plan is pretty simple, pretty known. I kind of get what it is. But continually hear about there is no plan, we don't have any plan. I remember with fondness, in fact, when, candidate John Aldag in the by-election, outspent 6-1, by the way, came and just wanted to understand it, just asked me questions. And I gave him the answers. And, he stated later on how much thought, he didn't realize how much thought has been put into it. And I think that's the challenge we're having here, right? There's very few none of you, in fact, have ever asked anything about it. And so I think it's great that we can finally get a staff report working on getting that information laid out. Because I'm assuming, really the goal is to try to quote, frame it as a mess. And it's interesting that it's framed that way because that's not the feedback I'm getting. When I tour the arenas at the LEC with user groups, that's not the feedback I'm getting. When I tour the fire hall with firefighters, that's not the feedback I'm getting. And so I think it's great. I love the idea of showing how this is going to work, and it's going to work. And, happy to support this, with some tweaks that I think guide it to something the staff can execute, not just go and develop whatever, some sort of plan. They're going to try to guess at what it is. Let's get a report and look at that getting into the work plan and see whether staff can even do it. There's assumption made that staff can do it, but now there's a year end coming up. There's a billing cycle to go through. There's lots to do. So I think it's appropriate to see if any external funding is needed for this and get a report on that. And so I appreciate that the amendments were mostly supported. What I find interesting is, some people that go on and on and on relentlessly about how negative everything is, that have never once visited any of the facilities under construction. Not once. And so everybody's acting, I think some that are, I guess, gearing up for a campaign, which is fair enough. I'm looking forward to the budget being done and people can go and do that now. But we'll be here governing, voting for the budget, voting for the plan to get things done. voting for a fair deal from development for residents and taxpayers, not what was going on from 2011 to 2020. And so that's a policy difference that I think needs to be explored. I'm great to see it explored. But it definitely is a bit sad on the commentary because there's assets that are part of this community now forever. And I do maintain that if this was the approach that we had had in 2005, the Langley Event Center would not exist. So with that, I'm going to call the question on the amended version of J1. That carries unanimously. Does anybody wish to make a mayor and council report? Councillor Martins.
Yes, thank you. 3 items I wanted to bring up. The first is the coolest night of the year event that was hosted at the Salvation Army Gateway of Hope. They exceeded their fundraising goal, and the event, I really appreciate this one every year, raising awareness for and much needed funds for charities, providing support for homelessness in our community. So well done. The next item I just wanted to bring up was basketball. So the Senior Girls Provincial Basketball Championships were recently at the Langley Event Center, and I want to congratulate the Langley Christian Lightning for winning silver in the 3A division, and the Credo Christian Kodiaks, who won bronze in the 2A division. Thank you for representing Langley. You did well. And then my final item is I just wanted to mention on Saturday, the Langley Rotary Clubs hosted the International Women's Day event at the Murrayville Hall. The keynote speaker, Raina Sue, is superintendent with the RCMP. She shared her journey and spoke about heart-led leadership. Her message was a reminder that we lead with compassion and courage. We can lift others up and create lasting impact. When we are in positions where we have the capacity to help others, we should reach back and lift someone else up. And in closing, in honor of International Women's Day, which technically was yesterday, here's to strong women. May we know them, may we be them, may we raise them. Thank you.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I also want to bring up the CNOY. This one here, well, I started out in Surrey at the very first one in British Columbia. This one was my 14th one. And it has been a pleasure to watch the CNOY movement right across Canada move and expand to the point that it has. And, you know, I've got a vast collection of CNOY toques, you know, toques and me kind of go together. And it's great to see the Gateway of Hope continuing, and that kind of stuff supports even the extreme weather stuff they do. I also want to talk about yesterday, the International Day for Women. I look in the past, and today would be my mother's 98th birthday. You want to talk about strong women? She worked in men's industries, in warehouses and all that kind of stuff all her life, and she gained that kind of respect by working in non-traditional industries. So when I look to my grandmother and my mother to the past. They were both rocks in our family that held us together in tough times. And thank God I look to the future with my daughter and my granddaughter, who's the first woman born in my family, and watched her with pride yesterday and the day before, being a strong young woman. And as you guys all, except Councillor Whitmarsh, did not have the pleasure of seeing my granddaughter be a strong young woman at 7 years old in grade 1, present to this council. Yeah, hats off to the women. Some people say they're the weaker sex. I know better.
Councillor Ferguson.
Oh, yeah, I too attended the International Women's Day Women of Distinction. Of course, I'm a Rotarian. I've been a Rotarian for a number of years, and my wife was with me, and she's a woman of distinction, of course, and I have 2 daughters. One is a teacher, taking up my cause. The other one, she just picked up her PhD at Simon Fraser University with a particular award from the Beatty School of Business. And my mother, who just passed away in December, I probably wouldn't be here if she didn't encourage me. And I did want to say the high school boys and girls basketball. Okay, so they had 9 tournaments, boys and girls, 160 teams, 336 games over 12 days. Over 2,300 in attendance at the girls 4A final, 5,100 for the boys 4A final. And I guess all the restaurants and other accommodation industry that goes through generates millions of dollars over the years for the township of Langley. And I have to get this out. It's hard for me to get, when a decision was made a number of years ago to build the Langley Event Center. I was part of that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Steve. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, I do also want to acknowledge International Women's Day. I want to thank my mom. I don't know if you're watching. I always tell you not to watch these council meetings, but you are a rock. I have 2 daughters and I have 2 daughter-in-laws, and I think of them and my granddaughters as well. But I just to reiterate, I did go to the event on Saturday, and the woman that was speaking, talked about her life and about how it was people that helped her and organizations when, and I hope that, our women and anyone in this community feels that support, and that we've, even by today, adopting the Black Feather initiative. Yeah, so anyway, I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, just wanted to just reiterate the great work at the Langley Event Center with the basketball championships. I know Mr. Winslade's here and he's connected to all that. But just amazing work by the staff and pulling that all together. And the fact that we're hosting it at the Langley Event Center is a great testament to the facility that we have. And that's great for our community. Just reminding people that the 8 best university women's volleyball teams are showing up here on Thursday at the Langley Event Center. They'll be playing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And so excited to have the best university women's volleyball players here coming right behind the basketball championships, which is great. And on a little side note, interestingly enough, and you might not have expected it, but myself and Councillor Bailey actually went to a class together at Trinity Western and presented on political leadership. And amazingly, we actually got along very well and had a great class, both presenting our perspectives and working together in council.
Can you mention that it was me who brought you into that?
That's true. It was Councillor Bailey knew the professor more than I did, and but the professor felt it would be good to have 2 councillors sitting on different sides of the table, and I'm meaning not meaning literally today, not figuratively, but sitting on different sides, but to come in and present. And it was a good class and a good time. So thanks, Councillor Bailey, for that class.
Good fun. Thanks.
All right, anybody wish to make a Metro Vancouver report? Or regional report of any kind? Nope. All right, move on to items for information and 1 through 5. Does anybody have anything? Nope. Okay, we'll move on to P1. I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion, questions? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that there are some people in Aldergrove who are going to be cheering on the moves we've made today towards getting better washroom facilities at Aldergrove. Because right now, they've sort of had a portable toilet or a one-holer, something like that. Anyway, yes, I support this motion, but I did have some questions. First of all, what is the estimated annual cost of a portable washroom rental and servicing? And what is the timeline for getting accessible, permanent accessible washrooms?
Your worship, to Councillor Richter, we would have to review the accessible washroom items, specifically with the provider. At this time, just one portable washroom, I think it's estimated to be a couple thousand per year for rental cost.
Okay, so, but how long is it gonna take to get the next one up and running?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, I believe the larger item is removing the existing pit. I think subsequent to that, it would be relatively short time frame to obtain the portable washroom through one of the service providers.
Okay. Now, there are facilities, particularly in Willoughby, that are pretty high quality. And Aldergrove Athletic Park's been asking for just basic washrooms facilities for years. So could we not get ACC funds to cover this, to move it forward quicker?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, Council has passed a motion or amended the bylaw and is funding the sanitary line.
Yeah.
So that is working towards getting the actual permanent washrooms funded. So essentially, that's once the sanitary lines are installed, because the permanent washrooms would need the sanitary lines to be present there.
Okay. Well, I support this motion, and I'm glad to see it moving forward, and I sure hope the permanent replacement isn't very far behind. Thank you.
Councillor Bailey?
I'm really glad to see this is going to be accessible, because for years I pushed my mother around in a wheelchair to come and watch her grandkids play sports. And so many times we were not able to find an accessible washroom or that. And at her advanced age and her having MS, it caused an awful lot of problems everywhere we went. So thank you very much for including that this is going to be an accessible washroom. And please, those little lips and those little gaps for people in wheelchairs, can we make sure that that's included in the accessible? Because you see the front wheels of wheelchairs get hung up in those things all the time. And truly accessible stuff is pretty tricky to do. So thank you very much for including it as accessible.
Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that this motion is not about the accessible washrooms. It's actually about providing new portable washrooms until we get the accessible washrooms. Is that correct?
Mr. Kinner?
To your worship, to Councillor Whitmarsh, that's correct. It's a temporary measure until we get to a permanent measure.
Okay, thank you.
I have an amendment to move. Didn't quite have the cost nailed down. I did consult with staff, so I move an amendment that this is, I'm trying to think here. Yes, staff, remove the existing one pit latrine between existing fields at Aldergrove Athletic Park. Then the second clause are completed, funded with $20,000 from the Facilities Renewal Reserve. Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any questions about that? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that amendment. That carries unanimously. Yeah, call the question. Any other question? Nope. Seeing none, I'll call the question on P1 as amended. That carries unanimously. Is there any other business? Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just in light of our forward-looking calendars and then the budget being done today, I just was kind of inquiring or curious as to what the process would be for LMLGA and UBCM funding for members of council to attend.
Sure, Mr. Cooner, do you have anything on that?
Your worship, to Councillor Pratt, it would require a council motion for that item.
Am I in a position to make that motion now, or would it have to be a notice of motion for the next meeting?
Seems pretty minor in nature. Go ahead.
Well, in that case, I would, for UBCM as well as LMLGA, Ms. Bauer, maybe you can help me with the wording, but I would basically just say fund anybody who wants to go.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Do you need a funding source for that, Mr. Cooner?
I believe council contingency. As
I
historic.
mean, technically people's expense accounts, but I mean, we can keep it on, we can put it in council contingency.
Until such
Fine,
time.
whatever you wish to move, Councilor Pratt. That you wish to move
I wish to move that
anyone who wants.
any member of council who desires to go to LMLGA or UBCM be funded through council contingency. So moved.
Bauer, do you have that? Like, Cameron, did any, who seconded it?
I don't think anybody has
Yeah,
yet.
so
Oh,
Councilor Coons,
she- oh, okay.
Councilor Coons would like to second that. Let's go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No other rationale needed, I think. I don't know if we all put our hands up today or if we just submit it to the clerk as we move forward.
I personally don't see the taxpayer return to send 9 members of council to LMLGA or UBCM, especially in September. But I think, I mean, I don't know who's not going. I won't be going to either, so it doesn't, if some people aren't going, we don't need to amend the motion or anything. But I certainly don't see the value in sending all members of council to both conferences.
So I guess with the cover of this motion, is it just suitable to move forward and as
It's
people?
fine, it's really not that big a deal. I think it's more appropriate to determine what value is gonna be created rather than a free trip to Vancouver to go from reception to reception, which is what it is for politicians. So if that's what people are gonna go to, that will leave that up to them.
Okay, oh, yeah, thank you.
That's my position, yeah. Councillor Martins?
Oh, sorry, I actually have another item
right.
to bring up.
So call the question on that motion. And that carries with Mayor Woodward, Councillor Rent opposed. So Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I just want to thank staff for so quickly addressing the item that had been brought up about closed captions on our screens. And that I really appreciate that was looked after so quickly, and also it's on our screens in front of us too. And thank you very much for that. And a question I have on this topic, is this already in place, or do you need a motion of council for the committee rooms where our advisory committees and our accessibility committee meet? Is that the same system?
Your worship, Councillor Martins, it's not the same system, and those committee meetings are not streamed. This was specifically for meetings. The direction was for any meetings that are streamed.
Okay, yeah. So has there been any consideration to people who are attending those meetings who may be hard of hearing? Is there something that we can do to make those meetings more accessible?
Through your worship, Councillor Martins, if council directs us to look at some options, staff can look at some options. Historically, staff hasn't been directed, nor has there been any request at a committee level of that.
Okay, can I make that motion now, or Mr. Mayor, would you prefer if I come back with a notice of motion at a later?
Seems like we probably have great support and minor items, so go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so if I could just get some help with this, move that staff explore possible options to provide closed captioning in committee meetings for members of our community.
And before you move it, could we add closed captioning or other improved accessibility as may be necessary?
Yeah,
Yeah, just to
That's
cover,
good.
just to cover a
Yeah.
wide berth.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
I'll second it. Yep. Ms. Bauer, you have that? Yep. Great. All right, anything else? Call the question on that motion? That carries unanimously. Is there any other business? All right, does anybody have any items for closed? Councillor Pratt.
I have one legal item.
All right, is there anyone else? Ms. Bauer, I have one personnel item and one intergovernmental item. All right, get a motion to resolve into special closed. Moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All those in favor, opposed, and that's carried. Get a motion to terminate. Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Rent. All those in favor, opposed, and that's carried. Thanks.